describes acts of extreme violence in graphic detail and may include discussions about demonology and the occult, topics that caused widespread panic during the 1980s. This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. Welcome to the GROGTALK with your hosts, Dan and James.
Well,
Get a little closer to me, James.
I guess. I don't know
Sorry.
how that happened. I'm sorry. It's not set up properly. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm not in the shot here, but I'll fix that in a second. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to GROGTALK. I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
So, Dan, where are we from today, Dan?
I told you not to ask me that. We're not anywhere.
Oh. Okay.
Well, we're back home.
Okay.
We're-
We're back home.
We're back home because we don't have a convention to go to. But I'm very excited to tell you where we will be from next time. Next time, we're going to be at Origins.
Okay.
Remember Origins, the convention? Or do they still have Origins?
I don't know.
Origins was, I believe, it started as Avalon Hills Wargaming Convention. I bet you our guest today will know all about Origins. It probably still exists. So we're back home. We got a respite before getting back on the road and being live from a 1982 convention.
Very nice, very nice. I'm still having a mic issue, and so...
They can't hear you? It's just me?
It's just you. It's your show.
James, you're terrible. You're awful.
It's your show, so I gotta fix that.
All right. Well, today we're going to be talking about gnomes. So
I wrote a theme song. I love gnomes.
I do remember that, though I wasn't sure if you were serious or trying to make fun of gnomes.
Yes.
So what we're going to do, I've prepared for something like this to happen. And of course, what I'll do then is I'm going to be reading from the great Roger Moore's The Gnomish Point of View. Okay? The Gnomish Point of View by Roger Moore. Just tell me when, shut up. Gnomes are small demi-humans closely related to dwarves. They can't hear you, James. They can't hear.
Interruption.
La la la. They can't hear you. Technical difficulties. Stop the show.
Check 1, 2.
Why are we losing viewers? We're down to 5.
1, 2. Yeah, exactly.
6 to 5. We're not even at our average 12.
All right, let's see. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, okay. They average about 3 foot 6 inches in height.
3'6". Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's enough.
Boo.
Boo, boo, wrong, boo.
Bring back the gnomish point of view. I love the gnomes.
Yeah. All right, so anyhow, the short version is our other mics stopped working, so I had to use our old mics, and of course the old mics decided not to work properly. So yeah, that's the joys
All
of...
Dan, all the time.
Huh?
All Dan, all the time.
Yes, that's right. So anyway, we're struggling with that, but today we have a great show, assuming we can get through the technical nonsense. Okay, good, it's working. We are going to have Mike Carr on at 10 o'clock. That's going to be very exciting. Very nice, golf clap. So we're very excited about having him on.
Yep.
And let's talk about the various nonsense that we have besides gnomes. Well, if Roger Moore does listen, if he's one of the 3 people who are out there that hasn't chatted, we'd love to have him at GrogCon, right?
Oh, that'd be incredible.
We would pay for him to come to GrogCon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we would.
With like a profit. No, I didn't say that. I'm a terrible negotiator. Shut up, Dan.
Boo. I'm gonna mute you again.
James is like, I told you not to say that.
Exactly. I got to fix the camera now. Did you monkey with the camera? Well, sorta. Okay, now you're gonna make me fix the camera too. Okay, hold on. Let me fix the camera.
Did we start over?
No, we're not starting over. This is people. This is what makes our show
Endearing?
Endearing.
That's our thing.
That's right. Makes it endearing. All right. Okay. There. That's better.
Okay.
Next time we will not be in here. We will be at Sci-Fi City in 2 weeks.
That's true. For our tournament special,
That's right. The tournament special.
which will not be broadcast. The tournament won't, but we will be live from Sci-Fi City, where we'll be holding our 5th annual AD&D tournament, and we are being welcomed warmly by Lloyd. Our
That's right,
friend
Lloyd.
and owner.
Yes,
He saved Sci-Fi City.
He did save Sci-Fi City. That's a great story. He came to GROGTALK. He's like, well, let me go check out.
Because we talked it up.
You did talk it up.
Yeah, you got. Well, I don't know that I was like, you got to see Sci-Fi City. But yeah, we've been talking about it because it used to be 1701 Enterprise back in the day in the 80s. And, I was waxing nostalgic.
Right.
And so he's like, I got to see this. And he's like, what?
And then he's like, I think I can do better than that. And so he bought the place, which is amazing.
That's
So we are going to be at Sci-Fi City, and so Lloyd has said he's going to be there. It's awesome. We'll plan to be there a little bit earlier, do the show. Hopefully Lloyd will be able to come on the show and talk about all the great things that he's doing there and at his other game stores. So if you're in the Orlando area, come out to Sci-Fi City. We'll put stuff in the Discord where we'll be. Then we will have the tournament. We'll probably go get lunch right at the hot dog place. Is that where we're going to go?
Hot Dog Heaven.
Hot Dog Heaven. Going down to Hot Dog Heaven, so you can join all of us at Hot Dog Heaven.
Maybe that we could get. Maybe they would sponsor. the
Oh,
tournament,
yeah.
right?
Ooh, I like that. Maybe
But it had to be called the Hot Dog Heaven.
Hot Dog.
5th annual.
You may have to change the tournament convention. That's right. Hot Dog Heaven's 5th annual AD&D tournament.
It must be a hot dog theme. Why is this not a hot dog theme?
There's not one hot dog. It's not even a bratwurst in here.
Okay, now I gotta invent the adventure.
That's right. You
There's
just
gotta be a
finished it.
hot dog.
Got to be at least some hot dog. Some kind of sauerkraut or bratwurst or something.
Orc dog.
Chili dog.
Orc dog.
Orc dog. Gnome dog.
Tastes like orc.
Everything tastes like one. So come out and join us in 2 weeks. We'll do the tournament. No, we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna live stream the tournament, but we are gonna do our show there. So that'll be a lot of fun. I think. Did you check the meetup? Do we still have spaces available or not?
There are no standing room only.
It's standing room only.
And a convention and a tournament game standing. You know what standing room only means, of course. You're not playing.
That's right.
You're watching. No, we are filled up. We have 12 players, and we only have 2 DMs. So we've reached max capacity.
Yeah, but sometimes people don't show up.
Hard to believe.
I know, for free tournament. So if someone doesn't show up who reserved, if you're on the wait line, you get to play.
That's right.
So I would say if you're the first or second in the standby, you should come. Everyone else, if you're coming, just see the show and then plan to eat at Hot Dog Heaven and leave.
Which actually probably is the better choice.
Spectacular prizes will be given out as usual, aka the statues of victory that we always give out. I don't know, they're above here. They can't see that, so we'll show that at some point. So, and that's a prelude to. If you thought that was great, then GROGCon is going to be amazing.
Oh yeah, this is the prelude.
Right.
It's like The Hobbit.
This is well,
Compared to Lord of the Rings.
yeah, more of everything, more
Right.
highbrow, more this and that. So that's September 30th through October 2nd. Hotel rooms are available. Tickets are not available yet. They should be available soon. I talked to Craig, had a great conversation. Dan tried to avoid it, and he almost did. So congratulations.
Avoid what?
The conversation with him.
Oh, I did. Yeah. I could explain, but you wouldn't believe
No,
me.
it's okay. And then you're like, I'm like, oh, it's still going on. We talk forever because you know how Craig is. Craig and I talk. We talk. So good stuff is going to happen there. We've got more room for RPG playing. It's going to be a great event. So ticket for hotel rooms, $109 if you use the hotel rate. There are rooms available, but don't wait too long. It's going to be a big event. So make sure you get the room if you're going to go there. And then what's going to happen for our patrons after late August, if you are a patron of Electrum level or higher and you want to go, you need to DM me. I've got a couple of people who have told me on Patreon they want to go. So what will happen is we will buy their tickets for them. And then they can go in September and post their events. Because what we want to do is we want to fill up the events with the tournament and Carlos and our events, and then we want folks to put in their events. So, because we know people are volunteering to run games, and if they want to run the tournament, if they want to play in the tournament, for example, we don't want them to miss out on that.
Indeed.
However, if you want to play, if you want to DM the tournament, we need your help.
Not direct message, because that's confusing when you use that phrase, DM.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You confuse me.
That's true. I'm sorry.
To DM you. Like, what is
Yeah.
that?
Yes, to direct message
I gotta
me
run a game for you?
in Patreon, or go out on Discord, or one of those things, or info@grogcon.com. Just basically, if you spent time with us in our little ecosystem, you know how to contact me. I'm on Discord. Dan occasionally haunts Discord, but generally I'm the Discord person.
Oh, you just go in to say something rude and leave.
Right. All right, great, awesome. So, so we will, looking forward to that. Actually, I see Jason on there, and I will be talking to him on Monday. So I'm very excited. Hopefully he will confirm. We're going to talk about GrogCon and whatever else he wants to talk about in his RPG podcast. So I'm looking forward to being on his show. I was on Menyon's show. So I'm branching out, Dan, just in case this thing doesn't work out. Apparently people want to talk to me. Which, by the way, you're invited on Monday, but I always assume you're busy, so...
So you're just like you're doing solo projects, solo albums.
That's right. It's the work that doesn't. It's not good enough for. I never understood the solo project. If it was good enough for the band, you do it. If it's not good enough,
well, I think that's usually it spells trouble. This is trouble.
No, it's not trouble. I'm fulfilling obligations that sometimes you are not as enamored to.
I'm starting GROGTALK, TAWK.
Grog chat.
Grog chat. That's right.
Or is it grog dissertation?
All Dan, all the time.
Right. You see?
All gnomes.
So I was preparing for that eventuality.
Well, that's why I might want to do a gnome concept album, right? Or a gnome concept podcast. That would be a reason why you wouldn't want to be part of that.
I would love to be part of that.
I'm sure you would.
Because I would be the one who would mock it the whole time.
Right.
So, but I will be on with Jason on Monday. I will let you know the details. But
that's all right. You don't need, I'm not going to listen to.
Wow.
Why would I listen? I'm with you all the time.
That's true.
I'll listen for Jason.
That's right.
But I don't know.
Well, and the thing we did with Minion was about Pool of Radiance. I don't think you played that computer game.
No, I did not.
You were not a big computer game fan.
I was not.
So that's why it was not germane to you. And I think, and I appreciate this, we generally don't like to wax poetically on things we have no idea about.
Right. I played Atari.
Right.
In the 80s. That's it.
So if it's anything like that, then we don't want to do it. So, GrogCon 2022, 22, whatever we're calling it.
Right. The convention that shall not be named.
This convention that shall not be named will be September 30th. Love to see you all out there. All right, moving on.
GenCon.
Not DanCon.
JamesCon.
Not DanCon. Actually, we should set up two cons.
That's all right. Right. To the left, JamesCon. To the right, DanCon. Okay.
Take one small con and splice it in two, and have two cons.
I'm gonna tell all my people to laugh really loudly, so you guys will have FOMO. What's going on over there?
That's right. Well, then then there'd be two different T-shirts: Team Dan, Team James. It would be like, what was that, Twilight? What was that?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you the vampire or the werewolf in this situation? I never watched the shows. I just noticed.
Twilight?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
I thought you had a daughter, so I assumed that was.
Oh no, she was not like that at all.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, very good. She's
very good.
She's very.
She has good taste.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Speaking of good taste, you can go out to Grognard's Guild Online, which is on Discord or Meetup. We have games playing. Tom, our good friend, runs a game on Wednesday. Brian Larch, the Captain General, runs a game. All out there, good stuff to do. So, with all that said, where is issue 5? We need to give out a title today.
Oh, very exciting. So this is the segment of the show where a patron is given an official Grog Empire title.
Yes.
From an article in Dragon Magazine, What You Call a 25th Level Wizard, from November 1978, issue 21 by Brian Bloom. And
I see it.
the 30-sided is back, even though it didn't exist in 78. Okay, what do you need me to roll, sir?
Well, let me get this up. So let's give the prelude. So Stefan is our new recipient of a title. He says, I'd like to claim the city of Timmendorfer Beach at the Baltic Sea. It's quite a popular holiday site, so there should be a lot of adventurers traveling through that have some money to spend. Of course, as the new ruler, I will take care of that. There are also parts of the beach that can be used for naturism and gnomish. It's probably separated from each other.
Oh, gnomism.
Gnomism.
Gnomism. Is naturism, does that mean, is that like a nude beach?
I believe so.
And he says they'll keep it separate. So what is he suggesting? There shouldn't be a gnome nude. So gnomes are not allowed on the nude beach.
Correct.
Okay.
There's naturism for everyone else, and gnomism is even more naturism. It can be even more bizarre.
Oh, you think it's like
An extreme version of it.
Oh, I see. So the people that are on the nude beach are even like, that's crazy.
Yeah, we're not down for that. Exactly.
We came here to
We
build
are not
sandcastles.
down. We are not down for that. So yeah, we're not interested in that. So I
You're
think
getting a
that's-
little too sandy.
Yeah, it's a little more than I would wanted to deal with. So with that said, we are ready to roll some dice.
On that note, but this is very exciting. This is in Germany, right?
Right. This is our second part of Germany.
This is very cool. Okay.
So we
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
9.
Yeah.
Strudel. Is that German? Anytime I mock my lack of, I'm an American. I only speak English, and some would question if I do that.
Right. Not very well.
We are the ugly American. We are the reason why America's hated throughout
But that's
the world.
American. Americans are people who speak English not very well. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I speak American.
That's right.
Okay.
And we're proud of our ignorance. So yes. So and then for the Americans who are cultured, we are the ones that they mock us.
Well, the reason we're proud of our ignorance is because it's so annoying to others.
Right.
They're actually proud of it. That's right.
That's right.
Why are you proud of it? What?
America.
I'm confused.
That's right. You're from that Europe land. Isn't that near Texas? I don't
That's
know.
right.
So, gnomes bury their scat on the beach. Ooh, that's disgusting. Anyway, so
At least we bury it.
that's true. So, Stefan, let's start with this tile. Roll a d15. So you take that and divide it by 2.
Okay. Ooh,
Oh,
30,
that's-
15.
15. So, the master.
Oh. This is getting good.
I like it. The master. We're gonna go. Well, roll a d10, d4. Excuse me. I know it's random.
That's a big difference, yeah. 4.
All. The master. All.
This is sounding good.
Now d30, please.
6.
All brilliant.
Wow.
He's
We,
get-
we finally have a successor.
That's right. Finally, he meets our standards.
That's right.
Now we need another d30.
28.
Wow, you're really almightiness. You can't make this up.
What?
Wow. He's only a certain level patron. Imagine if he was he went to the full amount.
This guy's cocky.
That's right.
Who does he think he is?
Almightiness, a d15.
Your sword. I rolled the die. The 30 is so heavy, it lit the sword up. Did you see that?
They didn't see it, but
They didn't, but yeah.
there it is. Whoa.
What did I roll? A D15?
Yeah, so 11 divided by 2 is 6.
Carry the 1.
I think
6.
6, yeah. 2, 4. Grand Duke. Almightiness, Grand. Can this be any longer? Grand.
Hang on, let me see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You're right. 6.
You done?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me make sure it's right.
D60.
Ooh,
So,
I'm already on it. Ooh, that's a car.
hey.
27.
27. The Shrewd. We don't have a Shrewd before. The Shrewd. He's
The shrewd. You're the master shrewd.
Taming of the Shrewd. Not the Shrewd. The Shrewd. Yep. Now a
Spelling hard.
D30.
Spelling hard.
Spelling is hard for me.
Oh, that's
What
hard.
is
I don't know what that is. 26.
26? The Shrewd Light of Timmerdorfer.
Shrewd light. That sounds like a last name. Master Shrewd light.
It's like Master Shrewd Light. Well, he's German. I assume he's German, so Master Shrewd Light. We are terrible.
Is that terrible? I think it's funny.
So I think it's hilarious. Timmendorfer. I am the Shrewd Light of Timmendorfer. All right. We entertain ourselves.
I don't know why that's so funny to me.
That's good. Schrudlight. Now I'm just going to say it all the time. You're going to laugh. Schrudlight. Hey, Schrudlight, come here. That's right. So.
That's going to be, no, I'm putting Schrudlight back. He's in the adventure.
He is in the adventure.
He's going to be in the adventure.
Which
That's
adventure?
awesome. This coming one.
Oh.
Oh, there's a place.
So
Without
he's
giving
the
away
hot
what it's
dog
about.
vendor.
Okay. Schnitzel.
Schnitzel Schrudlight. Schnitzel Schrudlight. You're killing me, Smalls.
I don't know why I think that's funny.
I think that's good. So.
Okay.
All right. Anyway.
This is good. Where is this?
Huh?
Well, I think what's awesome. It was like so amazing. And I was like, Schrudlight.
Schrudlight. Yeah. The master. Well, let's. So, Stefan, thank you again for being a patron. And now, by the powers vested in us by us,
Oh, I see. Yes.
we, the Grog Empire, has now bestowed the following title to you, sir. You will now forever be proclaimed in the Empire and all the lands associated with it, known as Stefan, the Master, all brilliant almightiness.
Grand Duke, the Schrudlight of Timmendorfer.
Congratulations, sir. Welcome to the Empire. Excellent. Very good.
Now, of course, what he could go with is, as I think, well, it'd be interesting to see what he chooses as sort of his mini title.
Right.
Probably, I'm thinking, brilliant almightiness would be great.
Yeah.
Duke Schrudlight.
Duke Schrudlight sounds perfect. It's so good.
It really is. Duke Schrudlight.
That sounds like an Agatha Christie character. It's Duke Schrudlight with the schnitzel in the parlor.
But it's up to him.
It's up to him.
It's his choice.
Right. We can't.
It's not ours.
I mean, we could dictate it as the emperors, but we're not going to do
Well,
that.
we don't. What we are, we're benign. Benign, benevolent,
Let's
whatever
see.
we are.
Oh, I got an alert. He
like-
canceled his.
He's down, yes. And we're down to 4 viewers.
We canceled. Yeah, everyone's.
Okay.
Okay. People aren't finding this as entertaining
As we are, yeah.
Well, that's pretty typical. But, anywho, let's move on. So, Grog Empire map update. We have an update, don't we?
We do.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
So the map is complete. The drawing's complete. I think it looks fantastic.
It does.
And it is Rob Ritchie,
Yes.
the editor-in-chief of Smoldering Dun Games, editor-in-chief of Flipping and Turning, and the head of Smoldering Dun Games.
He is the proprietor of that.
He is the proprietor. Has a quote for putting the map together. And we have felt the material. It felt like sort of
like the Chesic material. It's very sturdy.
very sturdy. And so,
For something that's going to change every year, it's very sturdy.
well, that's up to him. So, and it will be available. It seems like it's definitely going to be available at GROGTALK.
That's right. For based on the quote and the usual 700% markup, reasonable cost.
Right.
I would think about if you don't have a home equity on your house at this point, you may want to
Take out a mortgage. Gotcha.
get that ready to go. Lock in those rates now. But
I think Rob will be offering a payment plan, though, won't he?
it's even better install layaway for Christmas.
Rent to own. The
Rent to own, layaway
GROGTALK.
for Christmas. Subscription model, because every year you get a new one.
And James is the repo man. If you don't pay it, he comes in your house and takes the map.
Jack the map.
Jack, your dog.
That's right.
The repo dog.
The repo dog, yes. Very powerful. Very, very scary dog, yes.
Get that map, Jack.
So, yes, we hope to have it there, so that'll be very exciting. And I still like the idea of like little stickers that you can put over, because you can either buy the new map in 23 or get we need a sticker set.
Oh, to update, you mean if it changes?
Right.
Like if it falls?
Right.
Got it. So like replace it with like Orc Empire.
Right, just stick it there.
Yeah.
So yeah, every year we get a new one. So look forward to that. Speaking of our dear friend, we all had dinner with him recently, and he showed us the physical copy of Flipping and Turning issue 8, which is out now. It's summer. There it is. Mm-hmm. A very surreal artist.
Summer
thing.
special.
Summer special. So if you would like to possess a hard copy as well, go to Smoldering Dun Games.
Gnomes on Beaches.
Gnomes on Beaches.
Okay.
That sounds like a rap song. Gnomes on Beaches. Okay. Did everyone get that? We'll see. Speaking of this, also, we still have our wonderful copy of On the Edge of Winterland by Brian Larch. This was a successful Kickstarter. You can go out to Smoldering Dun Games as well. And shout out to Tampa NerdCon, which is November 11th through the 13th.
And if it's a NerdCon,
That's right.
You know who'll be there.
We'll be there November 11th through the 13th. All nerd all the time. So
Yeah.
we're looking forward to that as well. It's fresh off the glow of a successful GrogCon or a disaster.
Right.
One of the two. Either we'll be there in shame or we'll be there very successful.
Either way, it works for NerdCon. Either it's like, don't worry, ours will clearly be better, or following up on a successful GrogCon.
Right, exactly. Very good. So, our quick self-promotion plug. If you like what we're doing, please like and subscribe on YouTube. Do an iTunes review. If you do, we read it verbatim on the show, good, bad, or indifferent.
Correct.
Or if you have extra funds or are trying to, do a money laundering scheme, use a patron.
Yes. So which says our patron is available for money laundering.
Absolutely. In fact, if the denominations of money laundering you need to do are not sufficient, DM me and on Discord, or send a thing at fraud@grogcon.com. Fraud@grogcon.com, and send us your terms of how much money we can rake off for the money laundering.
And so you accept Bitcoin.
Absolutely. I assume
You prefer it.
I assume everything will be Bitcoin at this point. So, yes, very good. So with that, I think we are ready for our Best of July 1982. We get to flip the calendar.
Okay, we're flipping the calendar. And let me start with July. 40 years ago today, what do you think was the #1 movie?
The number one movie today, 40 years ago. It was 40 years ago today.
Well, you got it right last time. Do you remember? Didn't you get it right last time? I thought you did.
I think you gave me a clue.
I think I did. I'll give you want another clue?
Yeah.
Flashlight? I've never seen the movie, so it's hard for me to say.
Is it Flashdance?
Bicycle?
Oh, E.T.
Right. So what do you think it is?
You've never seen E.T.?
No. So what do you think? I don't want to see it. So what do you think is the #1 movie?
If it's not E.T.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh.
No, I didn't say anything. I just said, what do you think is the #1 movie 40 years ago today?
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
E.T.
Oh, darn it. It's so simple.
It's going to be probably for a year.
Right, from now on it'll be easy.
You're never going to get this. What do you think is the #1 song? This is ridiculous. I don't know how this
Have I
happened.
ever heard it
Yeah, you'll know it, but it's ridiculous.
before? Eddie Money. I Love a Rainy Night.
Don't You Want Me?
Oh, by the Human League?
Correct.
Dum, 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 dum.
No, see, I didn't like that song. Whatever.
It's very techno.
It is techno. That's why I didn't like it. Okay, are we ready for the turning of the calendar?
All right, so now we need to, they play D&D and E.T.
Do they really?
Apparently. That's what they're
I didn't know that.
It's like Stranger Things.
Okay, I did not know that. Now I'll at least look for that.
All
Second.
right, so what we're going to guess, we have to guess which
So we have a 1982
Right.
Days of the Dragon calendar.
which
made
you're
by
still
TSR.
financing. You financed this.
Rent to own. Yes, exactly. So we're just renting it. And we have been turning it for each month, and so we guess what dragon illustration will be next. What type of dragon? So July, so it's summer. Hot.
Hot.
That's a ruby dragon.
Right, which is, again, kind of throwing us off because we were going with the traditional chromatic or the metallic dragons, but now we have gemological?
Gemological? Well, there are 12 months. Have we had red yet?
I don't remember. We haven't been keeping track.
Okay, I'm going to go with red because it's July and it seems, though it might be August is hot or what. I'll go with red. What are you going to go with?
I'm going with blue because it's hot, lightning.
Good idea. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any guesses on the, I know our chat is a little bit behind.
Yes. Well, the two people are out here. Gold dragon. That's what Shannon says.
Okay.
We have one guess.
Okay. Here it is.
Don't wait too long.
Here it is. You
All right,
ready?
here we go. Oh, drum roll. All right, go ahead. And now, the one is, keep going.
It is a black dragon.
Another black dragon?
Have we had a black dragon before?
Yes, I think so. I'm 99% positive we had a black dragon.
Black dragon. How quickly can you go on to Google there? Not easy?
No, I can.
This is a black dragon. It is by someone named John Barnes. You know, I like to learn about the artists. John Barnes, artist. Black dragon. Oh, you're even going to type in black dragon. That's a pretty good drawing. I like that drawing. That's pretty cool, actually.
Did you do this
Oh,
one?
look, there he is. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure he did. That looks like dragon number 33, don't you think? I'm
Yes.
sure that is the James. Oh, so he did a black. Is that? It's similar to it, but it's
similar.
not. So he did the cover of dragon number 33.
Apparently.
Okay. Very cool. So there it is. We're all wrong.
We're all totally wrong. Because, well, the thing was, we assumed they would not be this repeated dragons. If you pull it off, I'm pretty sure 3 months ago, remember that dragon was, there was like a gnome it was assaulting?
Yes, I do remember that. Yes, correct.
And it was like a silhouetted dragon. Remember, it wasn't exactly a dragon. It was like, it wasn't the actual.
I remember that, yes.
So,
Okay.
all right. So, yes. So I'm disappointed that we're having repeats because now that kind of throws now another monkey wrench. It's really random now.
Right.
Because I really thought it would be, you'd have like, what's that game, Concentration, where once you get a few of them,
Right.
it makes it
No.
easier and easier. No, this is hard. It's
It's like
completely random.
It's like Wordle. There could have the same letter twice.
Oh, I didn't do my Wordle today.
Yeah, you gotta always remember, you could have the same letter more
Right.
than once.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I just put in gnome every time to start.
Is that what your starting one?
That's always.
Got it.
Gnome is the one I start with. And I normally don't get it. Okay, so we're ready for random encounter. So
Let's do it.
What do we do in random encounter, sir?
In this segment of the show, we randomly roll a monster, and then we discuss the monster, and we have it fight the reigning champ. Though we have two rolls. We don't have a reigning champ.
Right. For those who weren't around a couple weeks ago, because we did take a week off, the Stormy Daniels, the Storm Giant, who was on the run,
On the
lamb, exactly. Went with Clyde Avenatti,
Right.
the Titan,
Right.
who was infatuated with her,
Right.
but it wasn't reciprocated.
Rejection with extreme prejudice.
Exactly. And so then at that point, they were on the lamb, running around, and ran into an elephant, and they messed with the wrong elephant. Because that elephant then brought in divine intervention.
And that was that.
And that was that.
Got it. All right.
So we're now starting over.
Okay, so we roll the Angry Monk die to determine if it's from the Fiend Folio or the Monster Manual 2. Monster Manual 2.
Your favorite monster
For
manual.
the first one. If I'm looking for high weirdness, correct. Okay. James, I need you to roll a d10.
Now I'm like you. There it is. D10. 4.
We are in a dungeon.
Shocking.
I now need you to roll a d10 for the dungeon level.
2.
Okay. I now, of course, need you to roll a d8 and a d12.
Yes. 10. Should be a pretty average thing.
Giant toad.
Do we ever have a giant toad?
I don't know that we have had a giant toad.
I know it's our mascot.
Well, then we have to keep it, don't we?
Yes, I believe so.
So this is Sir Hopsalot.
This is Sir Hopsalot
I love it.
before he gets murdered, which we don't know. Can't say
And
that.
Now let's roll for the second monster.
Also
Shall we
monster.
start? Okay, Monster Manual 2. Now I need you to roll for
D10.
D10, where we are.
4.
In the dungeon.
Level. 6.
Uh-oh. Well, we know who's favored. Now I need you to roll a D8 and a D12.
11.
A character. Party. See character subtable in DMG.
Okay.
We're flipping and turning.
Gee, if we had PDFs, this would be so much easier.
Now, I'm just going to paw my way over to the subtitle table for a party. So we've randomly run into. So this is an adventurer. So we've got an adventurer who is in the dungeon. He's gone down to level 2.
Right.
Why is there a giant? Is it frog or toad?
Toad.
Why is he in a dungeon?
There's a pond. There's a water.
Oh.
There's a water feature.
And insects. He probably eats giant
All right.
centipedes.
This could be giant centipedes. Rock grubs.
You're probably right. It's probably a great place to be. Okay, so where is the player?
This is the part that's going to be fun. It's in Appendix C.
Oh, you got Appendix C, random monster.
And I assume you have to go to level 6.
Oh, there it is. It's on page 170. No, I got 175 as character subtable.
Okay.
Used for encounters on all dungeon levels.
There you go. Excuse me then. You found it.
Okay. So you want to roll? All right. I'll roll.
Let me get to 176. Perfect.
Okay.
176, you said?
Isn't it right there? 175, I said.
Oh, okay. 175. There we go. Perfect. Used for
Okay.
all dungeons. Okay, so roll percentages.
92.
92. It is a thief.
Got it.
Maximum number in party.
Well, we're just doing one
Right,
person,
it has
aren't
to
we?
be. Yeah, that's right.
So level of characters. The level of each character will be equal to that of the level of the dungeon.
Right.
Oh, or
So
the
it's-
level. So if he's on level 6.
He's a 6th level thief.
Oh, got it. Nice. Oh, this could actually be pretty good.
Could be.
Could be.
Because that's pretty wimpy. You know, thieves are not as powerful as like 6th level fighters, so that's good for the toad.
Right, right. Whichever will be greater. Okay. Next we need to do, magic items. He's a 6th level, so he's
Right.
a 60% chance of 3 items from table 1, a 40% chance of 2 items from table 2. So he's getting something.
Right. Oh, he's getting something all right.
Okay.
Maybe 60% for the first one.
Right.
46. All right, you got 3
Okay.
from table 1.
3 from table 1.
now-
Oh, I see. I thought it was 60 and 100. I thought it was 60 of one and 40 of the other.
No, because
No, you're right. You're absolutely right, because the first one just says 10% chance. You're absolutely right.
oh, he's got that too. So he's got 2 from table 2.
And 3 from table 1.
That's right.
Okay. And there's the table.
That's right.
Wait, how do we... Oh, and then there's his race. Okay. All right. So he gets 3 from table 1.
Yep.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to roll. It's a D20. Okay.
Yep. D20.
This is very random. A 5.
He's got 2 potions: heroism and vulnerability. I don't think he can use heroism, but he can use or invulnerability.
Oh, because heroism is fighter only, but he can use invulnerability.
I don't think he can use
Oh,
either,
that's
but we'll
terrible.
find out.
He just stole them.
He just stole
He
them.
needs to sell them. So now it is another 18. A dagger +1
Or et al.
or +2. How do you figure out what it is?
Et al. Whatever et al is. Again.
Well, should we roll a d4 to see what pluses it is? Okay. Plus one.
Made it itself, figured it out for you.
Okay, we have one more on table 1,
Yes,
correct?
Yep.
11. 1 ring.
Mammal control.
Oh, wait. Is a frog a mammal?
Still not.
Toad.
Toad control.
It's not a toad? It's not a
No,
mammal?
amphibian control. It would be animal
Oh.
control.
Okay.
That's cool.
That's a bum. Well, not real. Not very useful for this.
Nope. And then a D8 and D6 for the next things.
For table 2. Got it. It is a 12.
3 javelins of lightning, which I also don't think he can use, but I have to check.
So the question is, who did he just rob?
Right. Maybe they can. Javelins are weird. Well, he can't use it because I don't know. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, because, well...
He's not proficient in a javelin.
Oh, so what, does he throw with a proficiency penalty?
Probably.
It's just a non-proficiency penalty.
Well, I just don't think he can, but I'm going to look it up.
All right. And I have and a 16.
Yeah, javelins of lightning is for fighters only,
Okay.
which makes sense because they're only proficient.
He has a crossbow of speed.
Wow. And a +2 hammer?
Can he use a crossbow of speed?
No.
No, he can't use any.
Not in before the book that shall not be
So
named.
he basically just robbed a party in a dungeon.
Right.
He's coming out of the dungeon. He was on like level 4. Oh, or his party got wiped out,
Right.
and he loots the bodies.
Right, he was the last guy standing.
He's like, I'm out of here. So he's walking out with all this stuff,
Right, that makes perfect
and he
no
runs
sense.
into a toad.
Yes, in a real thing, you would not want to do this for your players because you wouldn't want the monster having all a bunch of stuff he can't use. So it suggests that you personally select appropriate items using random determination only when any item would be suitable to the particular individual. So.
But this seems to make sense. But he's
Right,
a thief.
I like the story.
He's a thief.
I like the story. The
All right.
story's better.
Okay.
Well, we're not done.
No, because we need to know his race.
Right.
Oh, and if he's multi-class.
Ugh.
Oh, God, no. Yeah.
No, God!
This is so first edition.
Oh, this is so first edition. This can't be.
This campaign's this is so.
Oh, there's so many. So many to choose from. 21. A dwarf.
Dwarf.
Well, they're thieves.
They are thieves.
But they're naturally thieves.
No, more like gnomes are naturally thieves. I wish it was a gnome.
But remember,
okay.
didn't Gary say something like that? Like thieves or dwarves? Or there's that phrase, he's thieves or dwarves?
Thieves or dwarves?
Like
Okay.
how rude. All right, so chance of multi-class. Here we go. 15%. Wait a second. Oh, he'd be a fighter. Thief. That's the only thing he could be.
I believe so.
Or, yeah, you can't be an assassin. No, that makes no sense. No. He's just a dwarf, typical dwarf thief. Okay? We already have his level, right? We're done.
He's 6th level.
He's 6th level. We're done. All right.
Well, we're not done, but yes. I mean, we don't have any of his stats. We don't have any of his hit points. We don't have anything to do it.
Oh, that's a good point.
And so then there's this other thing here, confrontation. When a party of adventurers meets a party of characters and henchmen and men at arms, be certain that you consider relative aggressiveness and alignments. A character party feeling itself weak in relation to the adventurers encounter will certainly attempt to avoid, negotiate, or use wit or guile to bluff their way out of the actual combat. They will be prepared for whatever happens, however, unless surprised. Check reaction if negotiations occur. Character parties will never join with adventurers unless you personally can obtain more benefit from the former from some form of cooperation. So that was in capitals. So Gary wanted to make sure this wasn't like a free party add-on.
Okay.
So we need to roll. Who says we need to fill 2 hours before Mike came on? We got 2 hours right here.
Okay. Hit points. Oh, he's 6th level. So that's.
It is strongly suggested that you use these tables for random encounters you prepare ahead of time. Well, what kind of fun is that? That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, we need
6.
What? No, you have to roll stats.
Oh. God, no. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
well,
Here we go.
That's,
All right.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. A 2, a 5, 6, 7, a 10.
It's gonna be straight
Oh,
rolls.
I don't. Yeah. 14.
You rolled. Did you take? Drop
Yeah, I
one?
did. A 2 5s and a
Strength is
4.
14.
9. Oh, 15.
That's why he has all the stuff.
So what's that? 15 intelligence?
Yeah.
He's smart. Oh, wow.
You might want to keep this character.
Whoa.
16 wisdom. Now his dex.
So he's a thief.
That's well. Now we gotta see his dex.
You may not make it. Uh-oh. He needs, what does he need, a 5?
9.
He needs a 9, of course. Okay, we got a 5. 9. Well, we are at 9 already. Uh-oh.
14.
Can I keep this character? He's good.
Yeah. You haven't rolled less than a 14. Oh, here you go. Here's your con. This is.
Uh-oh.
This
Oh,
is one
sir. 3, 4, 5.
you got
6.
6.
He's a 6 con.
I can't have a
He's
6
a dwarf.
con. He's a dwarf. I don't think you can have a 6 con. You have to change it.
So what happens?
We have to rearrange it. You have to rearrange.
Wait, does he get plus as a dwarf?
Yeah, but I don't. No, the lowest minimum is 12 for a dwarf.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right.
So you're gonna have to rearrange it now. Go ahead.
All right.
What'd you roll? A total of 8, 9, 9. I think you rolled a 9.
I thought I got a 6.
Oh, 6. Okay.
Oh, that's terrible. It's a 6. Hang on. Oh, 11. Whoa, 16 for charisma?
Yeah. Which is we can't have. That's maximum for a dwarf.
Wow.
So.
Can't we just up it to the minimum? We should up it to the minimum.
Okay, fine.
Don't you think?
Yeah, sure. I don't care.
This is ridiculous. This is like, why is he a thief?
Yeah. Because he's a dwarf. He was
Oh, that's right.
He was limited.
It's in his nature.
Yeah,
It's like the scorpion and the
well,
frog.
that and he couldn't fighter. He wasn't that great in, so he's like, well, I'll just be a thief.
Well, 14 strength. Wow.
He's gonna be he could have been NPC cleric.
16 wisdom, 16 charisma.
Yeah, you need to roll my characters more often.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Now hit points.
All
Roll
right.
66.
6.
That's good. 10.
Wow.
13.
Wow.
17. 18. 23. That's pretty good. That's above average. 23 hit points. All right, so I'm going to assume he has leather and a short leather. And he's got a dagger +1.
Okay. And he is fighting a...
I just said a toad, right? But what kind of toad? There's different toads.
Oh, it just said giant toad. So I assume that means it's your typical toad, right?
Well,
Well, it's not an ice toad
oh, that's what
or
I
a
was hoping.
poisonous toad. Okay, wait, all right. I'm going to ask you questions about the giant toad.
Okay. Is there only one toad, or are there different types of toads?
Well, there's giant toad, ice toad, and poisonous toad, which all appear under giant toad. So you think that it might be not just your typical giant toad?
Yeah, why? Well, that's why I'm curious.
Well, he's in a... Okay, hang on.
Because he could be a poisonous toad.
Well, I don't know the answer to your question now.
That's fine.
It just says giant toad. Monster Manual 1.
All
Wait,
right.
number of encounters 1 to 4. Let me see. Oh, that's interesting. The only one that's 1 to 4 is the ice toad. All right, fine, got it, fine. Okay, I don't know if... All right, hold on a second. Let's go to outdoor and like cold areas and see if it says ice toad. Because if
Yeah.
it does, that would suggest that
It's separate.
Yes, it says ice toad.
Okay, so it's just a giant toad.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you questions about the giant toad.
Sure.
First I'm going to ask you a true-false question.
Okay.
Remember the famous drawing of a character being consumed by either a giant toad or a giant frog?
Right.
He's like given up. He's just
Right.
laying in there. True or false? that is a giant toad and not a giant frog. So does that picture appear under the giant toad page, or is it the giant frog page?
I'm going to say it appears in the giant frog page.
It is in the giant toad
Oh,
page.
because it's got the warts.
And the frog has warts too. Okay.
Really? I thought
Yep.
that's how you differentiate them.
No, I was joking. I said, no, I meant to say toad. I was not trying to make a joke about, like, that guy's got warts.
Oh,
Got it.
Oh,
Sorry. It didn't, well, I messed it up because I said long amphibian. Okay. Frequency for the giant toad.
common.
You are correct, sir.
I know they're everywhere.
They're like hill giants.
Still giant.
And this is ridiculous.
Centipedes.
They're giant toads.
Right, they're not just regular toads. They're giant toads. They're everywhere.
That's ridiculous. So you're like going down the street and there's like, so when it starts raining.
And all you see is human popsicles that they're sucking on, like that thing where they're eating the giant.
Yeah, so like, is toads coming in rain, right? So if it's raining, are like people running?
Like the plagues.
Like the play, okay.
Well, I'm curious with the frog. Okay, so what? Go ahead, keep going.
Thank God we don't have to do the chance that you're sucked into the frog. The frog's the one with the roll of the 20, which I think the explanation's hard to follow.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, number appearing. Keep in mind these are common.
Right, I'm
and
going to
they're
say 3 to 12.
Yeah, 1 to 12, very good.
Okay.
That's pretty frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That means the average of 6 giant toads are running amok.
And they say they're medium, but they're getting close to large, in my opinion. Oh, if you look at the drawing, them eating that guy.
Yeah, I don't know how that's small.
That's on the edge of large. Armor class?
6.
You're correct, sir. Move.
Well, they have a hop and they have a move, so I'm going to say 6 for the move and like 18 for the hop.
Okay, 6 and 6 for the hop. But very good knowing that there was the hop. Hit dice.
3.
2 plus 4, very close.
Okay, so they're not could potentially not be as powerful as a giant frog. I was looking at the frog.
What's the frog?
Frogs go from 1 to 3 depending on their size.
Got it. A percent and layer.
I'm going to say 0.
You're correct, 0. So they're just on the move.
They're on the move.
Okay.
Stalking human prey.
Right. Treasure type?
Treasure type. I'm going to say none.
Correct.
Okay.
Nil.
That's what makes them even more sucky. They're deadly and you can't get anything.
They got nothing. I searched the toad. Okay, you find nothing. You find a dude's remains. Number of attacks?
1.
Correct. Damage?
2 to 5.
2 to 8.
Oh, 2 to 8. Ooh,
Okay,
wow.
so here we go.
All right,
Giant.
so what page is that
You
on?
did very well. You were on page 95.
Except I didn't get the picture, and I was like, oh, I think it's on that one, but I didn't go with my first instinct. Darn it.
That's okay. Giant toads are found in most regions. Although their smaller cousins are beneficial insect eaters, the large toads are prone to devour any creature which appears edible. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So they're like a great white shark, but they're like a land shark.
Yeah, land shark.
Okay.
Gandygram.
So you open the door, and it's a giant toad.
That's what Saturday Night Live should have done.
Yeah.
We know someone who's been playing D&D then.
All toads are capable of hopping their movement distance. So is it one or the other? So I either move or hop in a round.
Right.
I assume. Okay. This hop clears objects up to 1/3 the linear distance in height, and requires but a single melee round to accomplish. Okay, help me out. Okay, so I'm either moving normal or I'm hopping over something. So I get to jump over stuff, and it clears objects up to 1/3 the linear distance in height.
So they can jump 20 feet over something.
Is that what that means?
Well, 1/3 of their linear distance. If they hop 60 feet, 1/3 of it's 20 feet.
So I can hop
Over a wall.
Whoa! So they can so you could use them to assault the castle. They get in.
Right, they just jump over.
We've been breached.
Yeah, and they're medium, so I'm sure you could have kobolds or gnomes use them to jump over.
Right, you could have an army of giant toads.
Right, gnome riding or kobold riding giant toads.
That's pretty. Or yeah, you just send them in. That's the way to get in. So you build this big castle
If
wall.
the wall is only 20 feet.
Oh, so like if you're a smart architect,
Right, you make
they're
it
like
20.
you need a 22.
Right, 20. Just with the spikes at the top.
Yeah, they're hitting it.
You make it 20 feet and then you have spikes above.
So they go and they just land.
Which is okay for the kobolds because then now they're on the top of the wall.
Oh, so they're like surfing. They're like on and they like jump over.
just as the frog, the toad is impaling themselves, they're leaping into the thing. Of course, they're taking falling damage and dying then, so they have to figure out how to get off of that.
But do you realize? So if you had like a castle wall, or just I shouldn't say castle wall. That's not right.
A fort or
a city wall.
Right, city wall.
And so it's like 15 feet.
They're clearing it.
And you're a guard, and you just see it go across the ridge.
Right. It's
not like the Rise of Rohan.
Right.
It's giant toads, an army of toads.
Right. Very biblical.
I will breed an army of toads. I love it. Okay,
there you go.
That's good stuff, actually. Okay. Okay. And they can attack in midair. So they're like they're eating like a bug.
Right. Or if you're flying and you get low, they'll come up and attack you.
So if I'm a guard, I'm on like the city wall.
Right.
And a toad comes,
Right.
he jumps in the air, eats me, and then lands inside.
Yes. In theory. That could happen.
Good. That's awesome.
Except he doesn't have the frog thing of the 20 and sucking them in, which is why this is always confusing.
Oh.
Doesn't have the stupid thing like you talked about.
Oh, they just attack in midair.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. So they're just like nibbling at me.
Well, 2 to 8's a pretty good nibble. If I'm a city guard, I'm dead.
And that's the drawing suggests he is swallowing me.
Right, which is what the frog does.
Yeah, and this guy's medium. What's the frog? What size? Medium?
Small to medium.
Oh, so this is bigger.
Yes.
Yeah, why is there no rule? That's confusing.
It's dispel confusion.
Yeah, that is confusing. Huh. All right, maybe eats you later, I guess. What's the damage? Is he gumming you to death?
Well,
He's a toad.
hey. Oh, no.
What does that mean? Is that something I'm not supposed to know? I don't know what that means. You never do that part. I don't know what that is.
Never mind. Let's keep moving on.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Why is he damaging me?
What, the toad?
Yeah.
He's biting you.
Does he have teeth?
Apparently.
Come on. All right.
Apparently. Maybe he's not. Maybe he takes his teeth out.
Okay. All right. That's it for him.
Right.
They're interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Italian giant toads. Now, we're not done, James.
Right.
Dwarf.
Oh, dwarf.
They're in the monster manual.
They are.
They're
Someone asked about should gnomes be taken out of D&D. I said, no, they're monsters. They should be characters, but they're not. They're clearly monsters.
True or false? Gnomes were troll. No, I'm sorry. True or false? If you breed a gnome and a troll, you get a gnoll.
That's what they've said. That's what I've heard.
I think it's in basic, almost basic. Okay, dwarf frequency.
Common.
Yeah, that's correct. All right, I'm just gonna start reading. Well, what's their alignment?
Lawful good.
You're right. Do you know that once I think there was a sage advice question which asked, "Are all dwarfs lawful good?" And the answer was like, "Well, yeah, they have to be because that's what the monster manual says." And I think people probably went crazy because that's ridiculous. Okay,
It's racial profiling.
can they have psionics?
No.
Asterisk, possible to exist in unusual characters.
No.
Rocky hills are the favorite abode of these sturdy creatures.
This is a long one.
No, I'm just going to read the first
paragraph. Why are you
paragraph.
not lamenting this long thing, by the way?
I'm not going to read the whole
What page
thing
is
about you got a sub-chief and a chief.
Yeah, 35. Page 35 of the monster.
Just the
Manual.
basics to see if there's anything we've overlooked. Dwarves typically band together in clans. Oh, we've already talked about this, how they're in rocky hills.
Yes.
As opposed to mountains.
Right, these are the hill dwarves.
That's right. So they...
Because the mountain dwarves are described later.
Correct. So your typical dwarf don't... If you're sticking dwarves in a mountain, they're mountain dwarves. They're
Right.
not
Which are rare.
Very, very interesting. Now that is very interesting. The dwarves typically band together in clans, which are not mutually exclusive. So this is why they always sound Scottish.
That's right. That's why they're Scottish, because they're in clans. Aye. Poor Menion's like, that's not Scottish, but okay.
Oh, that's Scottish, all right. So Menion has a dwarvish accent?
I wonder where he got that dwarven accent from.
The hills.
The hills. The hills are alive with the sound of the Highland.
The Highland Hills.
The Highland Hills of dwarves.
They are not mutually exclusive or hostile, but are competitive. So there's like Highland games. You think there's like big dwarven games?
Right. The dwarven games.
Okay. These creatures are able to operate in two or more classes simultaneously. So fighter clerics, for example, are possible. Note also that the level of proficiency may vary between two or more classes. Okay, who cares? Okay. Let's go to description. Dwarves are typically deep tan to light brown of skin with ruddy cheeks and bright eyes. Oh, so that'd be a good last name for a dwarf, Ruddy Cheeks.
Ruddy cheeks.
Okay.
As opposed to our dear friend Schnitzel, whatever his name.
What was that?
Schnitzel.
Duke.
Duke Schruden.
No, it was not. That was Duke Shrewd.
Now I gotta remember. Oh, okay.
I don't know why. That's funny.
Shrewdlight. Duke Shrewdlight. We still entertain ourselves.
It is so funny. Okay. Their hair is brown, black, or gray. They favor earth tones with small bits of bright color in their clothing. Although only 4 or so feet tall, they weigh not less than 150 pounds due to their stocky, muscular build. They live for no less than 350 years on average. Okay, so there it is.
Right, we're ready.
All right, we are ready.
After all that.
Are you the dwarf? I'm going to roll.
Oh, we should roll.
Are you the dwarf?
Yes. Yes.
You're the dwarf, and I am the giant toad.
Excellent. Well, we got to roll for surprise.
Okay.
Because I'm going to try to backstab you if I can.
Okay.
6. Ooh,
1.
you're surprised.
You surprised me. Yeah, I'm just sitting there eating an insect or a giant caterpillar.
All right.
I'm surprised for one segment.
Let's see how close we are. We are 10 feet away.
Oh, so you could even charge me.
I'm going to backstab you.
Oh wait, but which way am I facing?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. You're
Oh, 'cause-
surprised.
Oh, so you've I'm like eating a caterpillar.
You're eating a human. You're eating one of the party members.
And you move silently
That's right.
up behind me.
Well, I've surprised you.
You surprised me.
I don't do anything. You're inactive. I can do all kinds of things now.
So you're like gonna jump on my back.
Yeah.
So like
I'm hopping on you,
right.
turning it around, baby.
Wow. This could be the next cover of Flipping and Turning.
That's right, Rob. Get on that dwarf lunge. I had the dagger, and I'm not.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. This story wrote itself. The party was killed by something. I picked up the treasure.
Probably by you.
Could be. We didn't roll our alignment.
Oh, you're right. Is there an alignment? Random alignment?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we gotta find out the alignment.
I was surprised you didn't let that go by.
So your last name's Ruddy Cheeks. What's your first name?
Chunky. I don't know.
Sturdy. Well, sturdy. Didn't they say you're sturdy?
Our
dwarf sturdy, ruddy cheeks?
Sturdy, ruddy cheeks. That's not like a dwarf stripper name. I don't know what is.
That cover really is coming together.
All right. Non-player character, persona of non-player characters. You can roll. It's on page 237 if you want to look in the DMG.
Okay.
We can
what am I
roll up his
rolling?
personality and all this other nonsense.
Oh no, we're not doing all that
Yeah.
stuff. We'll do it
Just do D10.
if we have to. If he's like the reigning champ or something.
D10.
10.
He's neutral.
Okay.
He's a
Sturdy.
neutral
All
thief.
right. All right.
Which makes sense. He can't be lawful good as a thief. That would be odd.
Okay.
So yes, I'm a backstabbing you. So what's your armor class there, Toad?
My AC 6. You knew that.
Oh yeah. So I got a +4, and I don't get a strength bonus. I don't get a dex bonus. I don't get any bonuses. But I get a +1 because of my dagger. So I'm +5. I'm a 6th level thief. I need a 7.
All right. Sturdy. 5. Wah wah. Oh, you're in trouble now, buddy.
Well, now it's initiative.
Are you on my back?
Yeah, I'm right there.
You're riding the toad.
No, I'm probably right next to you.
Okay.
I should probably roll on the missile chart to see where I landed.
Wait
It's
a
like a dwarf
second.
top.
Wait a second. Don't you get? Oh, did you do your pluses?
Yeah, I still missed. I needed a.
Wow.
He's AC 6. I needed as a 6th level thief. I needed a 13. So even though with +5, I still missed.
And what do you? Yeah, what do you get for being a high level thief? You get
triple damage if I would
right,
if I would
okay.
have done. It could have been
Wow.
it could have been over, but now it's going to be a slog.
Right. Okay. All right. So now we're declaring.
It's right.
I'm trying to nibble you.
Of course, I'm going to stab you with my +1 dagger, which didn't really help me.
Okay. So we're rolling
Go
for.
ahead.
I rolled a 4.
Yes, 3.
Sir Hops a lot.
So monster 1. Gonna keep track of this because roll. My AC is 8.
Okay. So if Sir Hops a lot dies, does that mean for the mascot he's like a ghost?
No, he's not a ghost.
Okay.
He's already immortally. You called him
in
Sir
peace.
Hopalot. It's like.
Well, how could it not be? We rolled a giant toad, and he's our mascot. How could this not be Sir Hops a lot?
Okay.
All right, fine. I'm gonna roll it. So Angry Monk dice. Is this Sir Hops-a-Lot?
Yeah. No.
With an exclamation point. Wow.
Clearly, he's with the dragon.
Is it the son of Sir Hops-a-Lot? No. Wow, the dice are angry at me.
Third cousin. You keep trying.
Wow. Am I a moron? Yes. Okay. All right. I'm attacking. What do I need, sir?
What? How much hit dice you are?
I am 2 + 4.
You need an 8.
15.
Ooh, that's a hit.
2 to 8. You got a lot of hit points, though.
Oh, that's good when Mr. Toad's Wild Ride begins.
Yes, that's right. It's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
2 to 8.
I love it.
2, so
3,
7.
7.
Ooh, now he's down to 16. All right, now I get to go. Now think about this, folks. Giant Toad needed an 8. The thief
6th level thief.
needs a 13. +1 for his dagger is 12. He misses.
3. He's terrible. Okay. I'm attacking.
That's right.
You attacking?
Yes.
1 initiative for me.
Simultaneous. Go ahead.
Okay.
This is painful.
17.
Sheesh, you're...
Wow. Son of Sir Hops-a-Lot. No, 1. 5 points.
All right. You better start hitting or he's in trouble.
1.
Too bad there's no fumbling or else he would have been in trouble.
Okay. I'm attacking.
Let's see. So I haven't hit once. I'm running. I'm a thief.
Are you allowed to run?
I can run. You have to make an attack. I'm going
I'm going to hop after you. What's your movement?
My movement's 12.
I'm going to spring through the air.
I'm going to try to outrun you.
5.
Well, I may not get away.
3.
Okay.
Here we go.
13.
Wait. Is that cocked?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's cocked.
Yeah, it's cocked.
Shoot, what did I need to hit?
You need not a 13. You need an 8 or something like that.
Boo. Oh, boo!
Okay, what?
Controversy.
Not controversy.
Controversy.
There's no controversy. Now you get your attack, a +2, because I'm running. I'm trying to run.
Controversy. 3,
Oh.
boo!
All right, I'm 12 things away. Now it's initiative. I'm 12 feet away.
Well, you're going to get away.
Well, if you win initiative, you can hop in at the
But
end.
I'm 6.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm 6.
So you won, but I ran away.
Boo, chick coward.
Yeah, that's what I have a ring. I have 3 javelins, lightning crossbows. I'm going to sell all this stuff and make $1 gazillion. I'm running. What thief would keep attacking? Only the thieves I know who want to die.
Right.
I haven't hit once. I haven't hit you. And you have a 2 + 4 hit dice? We didn't even roll your hit points.
Oh, wait, no, okay, hold on. You should have had to roll your intelligence. See if you run away. What's your intelligence, 15?
15.
Give me an ability. Yeah, all right, 12. You're all right.
I haven't hit you.
Or wisdom. I guess it'd be more like wisdom.
Okay, I have 16 wisdom.
That's a wisdom roll, really.
I'm very
I
wise.
think. Yeah.
This was he's.
Wow. See, so this is very interesting. He's not very dexterous,
No.
but he's smart and
That's why.
wise.
That's why he's a 6th level thief. He survived.
You're going to be a guild master. And everyone's going to be like, that dude, he was like a terrible thief. But
Right.
yeah, but like...
He's smart.
So smart.
He's smart and realizes, I'm getting owned here.
Sturdy ruddy cheeks.
All right, he's an NPC. If there,
Yeah, sturdy ruddy cheeks.
someone's got. I'm sure Rob will put him in ruddy cheeks.
Mm-hmm. He's like the dwarven petty god. He's going to become like the petty god of thieves. Dwarven thieves.
I like that. That's good.
Okay.
Well, very good. So the winner is the giant toad.
Well, now we need a name.
Besides Sir Hops-a-Lot, because that's
Right.
not. It's clearly not Sir Hops-a-Lot.
Right.
Okay, 2 new monsters. 6.
I like Nibbles.
You called something else Nibbles.
Oh, probably your horse.
Yes.
Right.
Is it ruddy cheeks like that?
Sure. It's however you want it to be, sir.
Fled the giant toad.
All right.
Named Nibbles McHopper.
Or it could be Mr. Toad. Was it Mr. Toad's Wild Ride?
Oh yeah, that's
Mr.
right.
Toad.
Wild Rocket Sprocket, Mr. Toads.
All right.
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. All riding for free. All right, excellent. Well, since no one died, we don't have divine intervention. I'm making a DM call for that. Unless you really want to roll divine.
Oh, no, I get divine intervention to have someone attack you.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Sure.
I'm praying to my deity.
Of course.
10. Oh, God, no.
No, God!
What is
No,
there?
God!
Oh, my gosh. It's one of those frog demon. It's like a type 1 whatever.
Oh, you want the frog demon?
Well, isn't that? What else would it be? I mean, I know it's not a deity.
I'm sure there's a god of frogs.
Who's the god of frogs? It's like, is there a slad god?
There could be. Yeah, slad. Yeah.
Do we have a gnome deity? Do we have a frog deity? Frog-like
anyone
deity?
out there? Frog deity.
Anyone?
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 Anyone? For the love of God.
We have the rat god.
Just when I thought Sturdy Ruddy Cheeks was getting out, he's getting pulled back in.
Yeah, this is not happening. So, well, slads aren't deities.
No, but they're not. But they have
Right?
no. They have slad
Oh, wait, but
princes. They have slad princes.
Well, in the deities, he's sending something. I think he's sending. I like the type whatever demon that is a frog-like.
There's a slad lord.
Whoa.
Urgol or Slendon, Lord of the Insane.
We'll do a random. We'll do the options.
But they're
We'll
also
do
frog-like beings. They're not toad-like beings. Does that matter?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and this is type 2.
Watsri and Greyhawk. Oh, that's true. The Greyhawk deity.
But we don't have it. Do we have?
Yeah, we have that.
Oh, we have it?
And there's also Satsuga. Boy, a PDF would be helpful.
What is it? The type 2 that look like? I think they look like.
Yeah, the hers.
Hezru, type
Hezru.
2. These looking somewhat like a gross toad.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so we're gonna have to roll.
Okay, we'll roll. So how many choices do we have?
Well, we have Lloyd came up with Wastri, which is a deity I remember from Greyhawk. I don't know what he does. The Hopping Prophet.
Oh my gosh, the hopping prophet? What is he?
Wastri's croak will confuse all creatures, blah, blah, blah. He can summon a bunch of crap. He can summon toads.
Yeah. Oh, he's sending. Oh, so he might just. Oh, but we usually have the deity come, don't we? I love this guy. Oh yeah, this is the guy.
All right, well, we have to look
Don't
up.
you think?
Cyber Heston said Satsuga. Where is that in Satsuga? I'll look him up now.
The hopping prophet.
Yeah, we don't know the deities of Greyhawk as well as we should because we're terrible. Well, where would I get the stats for them? Clark Ashton Smith, I believe. Well, that's a good idea, but I was looking for something I could stat.
No, Osawastri's amazing. He has a warts enchantment. Covers a victim with huge knobby warts. This is great.
All right, well, I don't have the stats for that, Cyber Heston. I like the titular frog god from the Frog God games. Yes, I get you. Used by Lovecraft. It's awesome, but I don't have the Cthulhu one. I don't know if he's in there. I don't think he's in the Cthulhu deities and demigods. So we will have that for the next time. That's a great idea.
And I gotta tell you, yeah, Wastri, the hopping prophet. This guy's amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Because we have the stats.
All right. So
I don't know
I'm Wastri.
You're gonna say the deity himself is gonna come.
Well, there's a chance. Can I roll? All right. Well, otherwise
I
I'm
thought you
sending.
had to roll 100 to do that. Don't we go over this every time?
Oh, you're right. Shoot. So I'm just sending bullywugs, giant toads, poisonous
you have
toads,
to
or
roll.
ice toads.
Right. You're sending a friend.
Oh, all right. I hope I get 10 to 4, 40 bullywugs.
Here's the deities. Let me, because I have the other book as well, the 83 version of this. Let's see if Wastri has something more in here. Here, Wastri, the hopping prophet. He's lawful and neutral with evil tendencies.
Oh, that's me.
Yes.
Yes.
Hammer of the demihumans. That's what he's called. That dwells on the prime material plane.
Oh, even better.
Now in the region of the vast swamp.
Oh, yeah? I love this guy.
It is who preaches the ultimate superiority of humankind.
Wait, humankind? Not frog kind?
Yes. I'm just reading what it says here. This is in page 77 of the World of Greyhawk Fantasy setting. I think this is the 83 version. It is who preaches the ultimate superiority of humankind. While humanoids can serve, demihumans are fit only to be slain, especially dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. You still like this guy?
Wow.
These, with their gray-clad servants, he hunts with his toad packs and exterminates whenever possible.
So basically, it's like they take a village. Like
Yeah.
he comes with a toad pack?
Yeah, this is where they jump over the thing.
This adventure writes itself.
Right. This is the thing.
This should be
jumping
the
over-
tournament adventure.
See, you waited. You should have waited a little bit longer. Wastri is somehow mutated to become both less and more human. He is unmistakable due to his Backrakian features and odd gait. Batrachian.
Atrachian.
What is that?
I don't know.
Batrachian. I assume that's toad-like features, or yet he can move quickly enough and hop for a considerable distance with ease and accuracy. He wears no armor, relying on his speed and evasive agility. He's known for his great glaive Gygan, a polearm which he harries his prey, especially loving to catch small demi-humans on its long end spike. This guy is amazing. Yes. Golf claps.
Oh, this is great.
Frog-like. Thank you, sir. Yes, he. In addition to his normal attacking spells, Wastri can utter a confusing croak or cast an enchantment that causes huge knobbly warts to cover its victim. So there you go. I can keep going. Wastri can cast dangerous spells. Wastri can speak with any amphibian, commanding them as he wishes. He can summon any or all the following creatures, which is what you have there.
Right.
Up to 40 bullywugs, up to 20 giant toads, up to 8 poisonous toads, 4 ice toads. These creatures always are the larger of their kind and fearsome in combat. Under usual circumstances, Wastri is always accompanied by his immaculate image, a high priest, master, 3 greater servants, and a pair of huge toads. There you go.
And I love this. Clerics of Wastri at 4th level, you get a jump spell.
Nice.
This guy's great. I love this guy. Okay. All right, so I'm going to roll a d4.
Right.
Yeah, you messed with the wrong toad, buddy.
Let's see. As a sacred, I'm just reading this last. As a sacred palistry, the hopping prophet has scores of hopefuls, those attempting to become his clerics. There are also dozens of lesser servants. Lesser servants are robed in gray. All help to breed and maintain superior toads. It is rumored that some of these monsters appear remarkably human, just as some of Wastri's followers appear toad-like. All these creatures can speak with amphibians as well. Worship of Wastri is not common, although it has poorly spread to the Hool marshes and possibly elsewhere. Well, we need to find out. We need to plug these into the old. So now, for Ferric and Den Canaan, you need to put this in.
Oh, I'm
where we need to go.
So I had laid out in my mind the whole saga of the Gnome Realms.
Right.
Let me just tell you, James, it's totally changed.
Totally changed now.
Totally changed.
The credo of human superiority and exaction of
Yeah.
rights and duties is always stressed. So
This
there you
is
go.
awesome. Oh,
I don't know why he's a toad and how human and toads became together, and why that forces extermination of everything else, I have no idea.
I see an alliance between the following 3. It makes no sense, but I just like these 3. Wastri, Vaprak, and Jublex.
Oh, yes. The axis of
Yes.
evil.
And you see those 3 at a table at a Denny's.
At a Denny's.
And plotting.
Scoping out.
I'll take some pancakes. And a gnome.
And a gnome. Pigs,
right.
Gnomes in a blanket.
All right, here we go. I'll roll a d4. Oh, I wanted the bullywugs, but it's 2 to 8 poisonous toads.
2-day poison.
Is that giant poisonous toads? It's gotta be. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's poisonous and ice toads.
Yeah.
Because they're, all right, that's all. All right, dude, you're clearly surrounded.
Yes. Well, they're falling from the sky.
Bloop, 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 bloop. You keep turning. And
Now,
one drops,
what's 2 to
one
8?
drops.
How many are there?
All right. 6. Oh, that's over, dude. I'm taking your stuff. Okay.
I don't have a potion. Well, let's see. I don't think I can use these potions. I better check. I better not make sure my knowledge. I believe I can't, but I'm going to check.
Great. Save or die on poison. Yeah, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, I've messed with the wrong.
Toad.
Yeah, crap. All these are fighters.
Yeah, you're in big trouble.
Can I pretend I'm a fighter? +2 hammer. Well, okay.
I'd like to renounce being a thief, and I will now become a 0-level fighter.
I have the skill. I have the things for it.
You tear up your guild card. I'm a 0-level.
I am sure. So again, this is a great DM thing. All right, DMs out there. You have a thief who found a potion of invulnerability. He wants to use it because his alternative is death.
Right. Can you renounce? Can a 0-level fighter use fighter items?
I would say no typically, but so this is what happens if the potion works.
Oh, you're gonna drink it.
Right.
How does the potion knows if you're a fighter or not?
That's the question. Here we are, a dire situation. I'm surrounded by toads. Why would I not be able to use that?
Because it's going to be ineffective on you.
That's the.
Well, what does it mean to be able to use something?
Well, that's it.
It means it's not effective, right? The magic won't work. So it knows.
It knows. It's super smart. I guess that's what I'm asking. Because I'm sure a player would do this, right? If he found his part, he'd be like, hey. So how lenient would you be? Would you allow that to happen, or you'd be like, nah, you're screwed?
You sure you don't want to pray to your deity for a battle royale?
Of dwarves? Oh yeah, I guess I should do that now.
You get yeah, you go.
All right.
What will you get? You know, I don't know what you'll get. 40. Wah wah.
It's silent.
All right. Okay.
Silent.
No, I don't think you can.
I agree. It just sucks because they're gonna be mad. Because it says only fighters can use this potion. I'm just curious what happens if someone who's not a fighter does it.
Save or die.
Right. Save or die.
You want it to be good, but it could be bad.
Well, do you roll in the miscability chart?
You explode? No, you don't.
You're fun. You're no fun.
No, that would be fun. There should be rules that make it more fun. Yes, there should be a table for people. That would be a good thing for flipping and turning. Using a potion that you're not permitted to. What happens? That would be fun. I would like that table. But it doesn't exist currently.
Yeah. Okay.
He's
going to run.
Well, you're surrounded. You're like running through.
I'm going to do what I can.
You're gonna hop. You're gonna try to jump.
Yes, I'm going to try to jump.
Oh, it's going to be like Matrix. Are we both like jumping in the air? Okay. Well,
sucks.
You've declared. You're running.
He's so mad.
I'm eating. I'm 8. I'm going to roll my...
Well, that's a good example, Lloyd. We break the staff. Can a fighter break the staff of Magi?
You have to roll to see if you're surprised, don't you?
Yeah.
We usually have you roll to see.
Yes.
No.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, you're a thief. You're pretty
Well,
smart.
I see the toad who, as I'm running away, I'm like, oh no, I know what that is. He's praying to Yah.
Yes, he's a cleric. He's a shaman.
He's a shaman.
Budweiser.
Budweiser. And then all of a sudden they're all dropping.
There it is.
All right, so it's initiative.
Declare. I'm attacking. You're running.
Yeah, so you have six toads have surrounded me. I'm gonna try. I don't know. I'm gonna.
Oh,
attack.
you got a 6.
I'm gonna attack. I'm taking them out.
Oh,
all right.
right.
I've given up. I have magic.
You rolled a 6.
Doesn't matter.
What are you talking about? I would have given you like a dex to get through. Like a dex roll.
All right, then I'll use
Don't
my
you
initiative
think?
thing. I'm running.
You did say you were running. You know that you can change.
I am running.
You won. You got a 6.
All right.
So you have one segment. So what do you want to do?
Well, they still get their attacks if I'm surrounded.
That's right. But all right, what do you like a dex to get? All right.
I'll use a dex check. I made
9.
So now you got to make my. You still get your attacks.
All right, but all right. But but you're running through probably 2.
Sure. Well, no, but I leave all their. I mean.
So they're all.
Yeah, as I'm leaving, these guys attack, and then when I move,
They're all just jumping on you.
They're all nipping. They're all gumming me.
Oh, that's right. Okay, this is pretty exciting. Actually, you can this will be the trailer.
Right.
With you like running, and there's like a horde of. Yeah, it's like Indiana Jones running for the plane.
Exactly.
And there's all these toads.
Why did it have to be toads?
Why did it have to be toads? I love it. Yeah, you get in the plane, and there's like a toad. It's my pet toad. It's Sir Hops-a-Lot.
Sir Hops-a-Lot. Oh, he's this dwarf. Poor Sturdy. He went from deity to being gummed to death by toads.
I love it. All right, so I'm getting 6 rolls. What do I need?
You need like a 6. That's a hit.
1.
That's a hit.
2.
That's a hit.
3 out of 3. 4 out of 4.
Not good.
5 out of 5.
5
1.
hits.
That one dude is like, hey, let me in. There's no room. There's basically no room left on you. Okay, 5 hits. Well, James, I guess you'll be killed before you die of poison.
That's what we're thinking. What's the damage that poisonous toad does?
2 to 5. Ready? How many hit points do you have?
I have 11.
That's 2.
2. I have to do minimum damage or I'm dead.
Oh, that's 5.
That's 7 total. That's 12.
Are you dead yet?
Yes. 15. 17. And now I have to save 5 times.
Right.
Save.
Oh, you saved.
Nope.
Failed. Number 2 got you.
Cocked. Yeah.
Oh, you're a mess, dude.
I got, shockingly, the deity got involved, and now he's like, that dwarf needs to die. Oh,
Yeah, and then it's like, then the other one, the original one, comes up and just eats you. It's like what's in like Harry Potter, where that snake eats. That's it. Oh, so endeth the life of
Sturdy, ruddy cheeks.
Yeah, those ruddy cheeks are getting consumed.
Oh,
They're ruddy, all right.
that's horrible. All right, now I got to write that dissertation. Oh, well, that was painful. He thought he was wise, but sometimes being smart doesn't matter.
Strange, I found that very satisfying.
I know, well, because you're twisted. Divine not intervention.
And I'll need to take a picture of that greyhawk.
Toads to come. What's the guy's name? Vistri?
The Hopping Prophet, sir. I don't know.
That's right.
The Hopping Prophet. Wastri. The
Wastri.
Hopping Prophet.
Yeah.
I love this. His charisma is 2. It's 22 amphibians. I didn't realize Greyhawk had this charm.
Yeah.
Who wrote this? This is awesome. It doesn't seem.
What does it say in the
Seems
front?
different to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's probably. Well, I know. I mean, it was Gary
compiled
originally.
by the
That's right. Pluffett Smedger.
the elder of who is Pluffett Smedger? You should find that out.
Yeah.
He's probably a gnome.
Yeah. His symbol's a great toad.
Does it have inch forward? Let's see what the forward is.
Are you serious?
That's Alan Hammock.
Steve Winter, yes.
Yeah. I don't know, but it doesn't say who flew up.
I'm sure Carlos. We'll have Carlos on to talk about the Hopping Prophet
Yeah, I'm
and
sure
Smedgy Ledger or whatever.
That would be a good. That would be good for your gnome group to be dire. Yes, Lloyd, you're right. That was very dire. Being 8 in this case, there were 6 of them. 6 opportunity attacks, save or die. Yeah, it was pretty brutal. All right, well.
Probably have time for one segment.
Huh?
Probably have time for one segment now more,
Yeah.
right?
Well, this one's usually quick, but are we going to do Fight Familiar?
Let's do it.
All right, Fight Familiar. So speaking of horrible death, we now roll up a first level magic user.
Right, who is going to fight an ordinary animal.
Ordinary animal, if you thought that was bad. And what's interesting, if you would have said before this, a 6th level character versus a 2nd level monster, you would have thought, no way the 6th level character is going to lose. You would have been mistaken.
That's right.
That's why we play the game. Never on on any given Saturday.
That's right. Anyone can go down. All right. So, and today, shall I announce the monster? I'm sorry, the animal that is being attacked? It is a ferret. And if you look on page 125 of the Monster Manual 2, under the heading Weasel, it refers to their kin, such as mink, ferrets, and stoats. So I believe these would be the stats for all of them. So this is going to be a ferret, which is 1 attack, 1 point of damage, 1 to 2 hit points.
1 to 2.
That's ridiculous. Can I roll for the hit points?
Of course. He's
1.
All right, that's
okay. AC 6. All right. So now we're rolling up our first level magic user. Are we starting with? You want to do the name first?
Yes.
Okay. Roll a die 6 twice. These are the vowels.
Yes. 3 and 6.
So
I got it.
3 and 6. So you have an I and a Y.
Okay.
So we're going to roll 6 letters randomly, and then you can arrange them for the name. I need 4 consonants, so please roll a D20 4 times.
7.
That's a J.
14.
That is an R.
10.
That is an M.
And 4.
That is an F.
Okay, so JRMFIY.
Right. So
JRMFIY is the letters that you have to work with.
M. Hold on. I've used my M, my Y. I have Myrfidge. Myrfij.
This is like a twisted...
No, Fidgemere. Fidgemere.
With a J.
Fij, Myr. Well, Myr. So if I've got Fidgemere. That's a good name, Fidgemere.
Yeah.
And while you guys are doing that, I'm going to roll up the color because it's something to something.
I got Gifmery. Gifmery,
Fidgemere, and then we'll randomly roll which one it is. So give me all right. So I need a D8. Oh, you want to hear? You roll the D8. It's for the color.
4.
The green.
Okay. I like it.
Please roll a D6.
He's got Firm G.
Firm G.
Jif Fry. Jim Fry. Jim Fry is good too.
Jim Fry.
I like Jim Fry.
Yeah, I like Jim Fry. All right. I'm going to roll a d6 for alignment.
I've changed to Jim Fry.
The alignment is neutral.
Evil.
Neutral. True neutral.
How many children is that?
All right. Here, you want to... Here, roll. Is he married?
Yes.
With an exclamation point. He's like a devout.
He's very devout.
Wow.
He's newlywed.
Does he live at home?
Yes, but
He's looking to move out. Okay, he's married.
he lives in the garage.
Right, with his wife. Right.
Live downstairs
And like,
in the
you
basement.
need to get moving. Children? Yes or no?
No.
Wow.
They just got married.
Okay.
They're still working on it.
All right, so how many name choices do we have?
We have Jim Fry, Jim Marie, Firm G, Germ Fry. Looks like we got 3 over here.
Okay.
And
R2?
And R2.
Okay, so 5. So we'll start 1, 2, 3 goes there.
Yeah, 1, 2,
All right.
3.
And then year 4, I'm 5.
Right.
And 6,
Is
whatever.
whatever.
3, number 3 up there.
So it's Germ Fry. Too bad.
Can you spell that, please?
Jrimfy.
Junior if me. It's Junior if me, right?
That's right. Junior Imfry.
Junior
Imfy.
Imfi.
Jimify.
Junior. It's a junior.
Juniorfy, yeah.
He goes by Junior. But clearly no one can pronounce
yeah,
it.
Junior the Green. Green Junior.
Right. Right.
The Green Junior. Got it.
Junior Green.
Junior Green. Okay.
He's like a farmer.
We can't say his name, so this is very back in the day. You got some funny name. We're just gonna call you Junior.
Right.
But my name is Jimmy Fly. It's like he's from another country, and we're like,
Junior.
he comes to America, and they're like, no, we're not.
No one can pronounce it.
Yeah, my perfect example. My uncle's name was Demetrius, and his nickname was Mimi. They're like, no, your name is Jimmy. So that's
so basically, he's been teleported to like the 1980s America.
Right. He's been any time before the last 10 years.
Oh, so that's what it is. So he's been teleported, and he lives with his family, and he's then stuck in the basement, and he says he's a wizard, Jim Fry or whatever. I'm sorry, Germ Fry.
Yeah, Germ Fry.
And they're like, okay, now you're Junior.
You're Junior.
You're Junior. I'm Jim Fry the Green.
Junior Green.
All right, Junior Green. And there's probably don't you think when he was teleported here, there's like the family has like a pet ferret.
Right.
And so he says at home.
Right. And then all of a sudden the ferret turns on him.
Yeah, when he's alone. Everyone goes out to the movies. He's just sitting there.
We're going to go see E.T. I don't want to go see E.T.
Yeah,
See?
that's ridiculous.
That's right.
He's the dude who didn't see E.T. He's that one dude.
That's right.
So poor Germfy is down in the basement.
Right.
And there's like a big shadow.
Here's a shadow. Look him down the stairs.
Stump.
You get back there, ferret.
Get away from me. The ferret starts talking. I know who you are. Oh my God, the ferret's it's like Terminator.
Ooh.
The ferret has followed him through time.
Interdimensional space.
Yes, all right. So poor Jim Fry is sitting down there.
That should be your Stranger Things inspired video game.
It is. I'm just trying to get home. All right. So who plays the ferret?
I always play the monster.
So you're the ferret.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ferret. So I'm just sitting there.
There's 2 people who haven't seen E.T. Lloyd has not seen it as well. So you're in.
Excellent. So I think I have like beakers. I'm doing like my chemistry homework.
Right.
But I'm like trying to make a potion.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you
first
roll your
level.
stats.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Intelligence. Right. Strength. Sorry. Strength. 2, 1, 3, 4, 5.
7.
7. No.
9.
9. All right. Intelligence. 7. Oh, wait. 11.
Yeah, it's good.
I can be above average. Not very good. 5, 8, 11. I'm very normal.
You're above average. Don't beat yourself up.
11. Oh, my God.
9 is 9 or 10. You're slightly above average.
You sound like you're trying to be nice to, you're like the nice DM. You're above average.
I am.
Oh, hold on. Oh, 12, I think. Did I get a 2 first? I think it was 12.
Yeah, 12.
All right. How many more in roll?
One more.
I'm tired. Oh my gosh. Whoa, 16. That's my charisma?
Yep.
Wow.
All right, 16 charisma.
Okay. The charismatic. All right. Hit points. Here we go. This is the biggie. 1.
Oh,
Again.
here we go.
1 hit point. The dice don't lie.
HP 1.
And now dart. Which order does it go? Dart, dagger, staff.
Dagger, dart, staff, because it's an alphabetical.
1.
Dagger.
Dagger. Okay, I got a
I'm
dagger.
going to check.
All right,
We don't want
let's
to
make sure.
We don't want to be messing up the. We don't want someone calling us and telling us we did something wrong. Well, no one would do that.
It could be
Dagger. It's dagger, dart, staff. So he has a dagger.
It could be pronounced J-Rum-Fry. J-Rum-Fry.
Yeah.
Maybe the J's silent. I'm Rimfy.
Well, that's right. Maybe the R is silent.
Rimfy the Green. I'm Rimfy the Green.
Room for the green. You're obsessed with this.
I want to make it work. I'm too much invested in it.
I can't let it go.
Is it too obvious?
No.
It's too obvious.
That's
I'm
it.
trying to overdo it. All right. Okay, so what's happening? I'm working on I'm doing my
You're downstairs in the
chemistry
basement.
homework,
Everyone else went to ET.
which is the only class I like, frankly, is
right.
chemistry. I don't know what, I'm really trying to figure out a way to get home.
Right.
Okay. Strange I'm married.
Well, you're like Moses. You left Egypt and you get married.
Oh, and she's like harping on me to get home. Get us home.
Oh, okay, yes, and that's
Right?
a different version of it. I thought you came here and you're like, well, I'm never going back.
Oh.
I'm just taking the custom.
Well, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, did I get married here in New Jersey? Yes. Yeah. You're right. Okay.
You've accepted your fate. You fled
Oh.
you left the interdimensional badger, weasel, ferret consortium, and you thought you'd left that past life. You're like, I'm never going back.
I'm giving up. I'm like Picard.
Right.
Remember he played that little...
Right, he was playing the pan flute. Or
Yes, remember he was there for an entire lifetime, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Zamfir the pan flute, Picard the pan flutist.
So I'm giving up that I'm in New Jersey.
So then you're like, I'm in Jersey. I'm going to marry a Jersey girl, and
Junior sounds good to me.
Junior says I'm Junior now.
I'm Junior.
Exactly. Perfect.
All right. And the ferret's like, you're not Junior.
Oh,
I know who you are.
I know you.
I've been sent by the ferret
I've
god.
been waiting this whole time.
The Hoffman prophet sent me.
That's right.
You're a ferret.
You're a ferret. We have a mutual aid agreement.
Yeah, that's right. We had an alliance.
Good.
All right.
We have this part of the multidimensional.
Maybe he's part of the Assassin's Guild.
Right.
He's been hired. All right, so the ferret assassin.
Right.
So we have a ferret assassin.
We lost like 1,000 people after doing this, but it's okay.
Yeah, all right. We only started with 12 fans. So you are the assassin ferret.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I roll for surprise.
Yes.
Well, you're not surprised. You've come for me.
That's right. I've come for you.
I'm working on my chemistry
Right.
homework. Am I surprised? Of course, 2 segments. I rolled a 2.
That's not good for you. I get my attack. Well, you have to figure out your spell.
Are you gonna attack my back?
Yes. You should
my
figure out your spell.
Oh,
Roll
all
a
right.
D30.
Random spell. D30.
Thank God you found the D30 again.
Oh.
Except when it's
I
gone.
know, right? 2.
2.
Can you guess what that is?
It's not blink. It's not. No.
Okay.
I can't think of it.
Wish I was a veggie pygmy.
Oh, that's a good one.
What is it?
Burning hands.
Whoa! Don't mess with me, buddy.
If you survive, you'll be in good shape.
Okay. Wow. Oh, that kind of makes sense. So I'm working on my chemistry homework.
Yep.
Burning hands probably comes in useful, so I don't burn my hands. I can touch anything hot. So can you use burning hands as an oven mitt, like when you cook? I'll cast oven, burning hands, and so then I can handle hot pans.
That's not how it works.
Oh, okay.
That's probably a cantrip. So Paul has asked what the encounter distance is. Well,
Good point.
Well, we have to
Because you're
work.
coming down the steps. Thank you, Paul. He's right.
Well,
Saving
so
my
distance, surprise. Surprise can only be a factor in close encounter situations. If either or both parties are surprised, the distance must be either 1 to 3 or must be less as determined under the actual area modifier. Thus, if actual area was 40 by 60 room, the surprise exceeds the distance between the parties will be 1 to 3. So, I'm going to say it's within, you're down in the basement, so it's 10 to 30 feet away. He's coming down the basement, you're surprised. Oh, he's 30 feet away. He's upstairs.
Oh, you're in big trouble, dude.
Wait, that's if you
Oh,
get
but
your
I'm
spell.
surprised.
You're surprised. So I get to
2
move.
rounds.
2 segments.
270, so that's only 12 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, so I get to do my movement, which is, I'm a ferret. What's my ferret movement?
Okay, hold on.
Since you had that open.
The weasel.
Yeah, weasel. Because if I move fast and I can get within range, I could attack. If not, then maybe I can leap.
What? Weasel movement is 15 inches?
Oh, yes!
It moves faster than a hill giant or something. Doesn't we have a storm giant? What was one? Wasn't they like 12 or something?
Yeah. Yes.
15? It'll beat me in a race?
I will totally.
It'll beat a normal human in a race. A weasel.
Amazing.
That's ridiculous. Do weasels really go that fast?
Apparently.
Well, I mean, this is a ferret, but I think you get all the same stats.
So he's going to move that 30 feet. I'm going to argue that.
It's just like...
Yeah, he just leaps. Yeah, first segment he moves 15
He's
feet.
sliding down the banister.
And the second one, at the end of his move, he's going to get an attack.
Whoa.
He was prepared. He was in waiting.
He's like Legolas. Well, he's an assassin.
Right.
He's like Legolas going
Right.
down the shield.
So what's your armor class? You have a dex of 11. So your AC is what?
10.
For those keeping at home.
10.
10.
Boo.
And his hit dice. So he needs an 11.
And are you getting my back? Have we decided?
We haven't decided that. You want me to say that? Go ahead.
Well, let's see. Am I turned around? Because I'm doing my chemistry homework.
Yeah.
Yes, an exclamation point. I'm
so
like hunched over.
That's +2.
It's like looking right at you. I'm like hunched over. It's like
It's got X.
Yes.
All right.
I'm like in my pajamas. Okay.
Time for Dan to watch Beastmaster. That's right. There's the Beastmaster. There's a ferret in there.
Oh, my silk pajamas.
Oh, he missed.
6?
He missed.
Wow. Your dice rolling's been terrible today.
It's terrible. This dice suck.
All right.
Dice don't lie, all right? So now you're like, ooh.
What the hell?
So now it's initiative. Declare. What are you going to do?
Oh, I'm casting Burning Hands. This
Right.
thing's amazing. I'm going to like fry you.
Yes.
You're going to be just like on fire.
Right.
Running around.
I'm going to attack you. Hopefully I win initiative or it won't matter.
Oh, wow. Is it, do I have to touch you? No.
No, it's a 120-degree arc of flame that shoots 3 feet in front of you, if I remember correctly.
Well, we're going to read about it. Okay, let's go. So, all right, so we're rolling for...
6.
Oh, no. 6!
Oh, it happens at the same time.
Let's see one more. Is this the sign of the
No.
devil? No. Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't.
Okay.
You know.
No, boom in it.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, some would say
I lived alone.
Some would say this is satanic.
I like
Okay.
the short.
All right, so you get your spell up, but I get to attack.
All right, that's right, and that's right. So So your attack. Go ahead. 2.
Missed.
Okay, I'm gonna read Burning Hands. It's pretty short because
Yep.
I'm not very familiar with this. So level 1, range is 0, duration 1 round, verbal and somatic. Oh, so there's no material capacity. Nice. So I don't have to fumble around.
Right.
Okay. When a magic user casts this spell, jets of searing flame. Is this the drawing?
I think so.
On page 65. So I'm on page 64.
No, that looks like dancing lights.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because I think there's dancing lights down there. When the magic user casts this spell, jets of searing flame shoot from his or her fingertips. Hands can only be held so as to send forth a fan-like sheet of flames. As the magic user's thumbs must touch each other, and the fingers must be spread. Yeah, he's not doing that right on this picture. That's definitely not it. Oh, so you go like this. The burning hands send out, and if you are putting your hands together, listeners, you are truly a geek. Don't you think? If
That's
they're
right.
at home
If you're
now,
actually practicing, good
Right.
job.
Good job.
Give yourself a golf clap for that.
the burning hands send out flame jets. Oh, you are right. At 3 feet length, so it's going to be 30 feet, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
On my outside. In a horizontal arc of about 120 feet in front of the magic
Not feet.
user. Huh?
Degrees, not feet.
Oh. Oh, you're right. That makes no sense. You're right. It's so tiny. My eyes, of course. 120 degrees in front
So
of
it's
the
like this.
Right, because 180 is
That.
half. So one will go in a little bit. Right.
So you're like this.
Where your fingers are, basically
and
where your
3
pinkies
feet
are.
out, 120. Yeah.
So
exactly.
30 feet out? Do I get
No,
more outside?
3 feet out.
Oh,
3
you're right.
feet.
Oh, it's not in inches.
It's not burning hands. It's burning. 3 feet.
Oh, I thought it was like 30. Right, 3 feet. Right, I was
Right.
thinking it was like 30 feet. Okay, so 3 feet. Oh, so okay, that's pretty cool though.
Right.
But it is short. So you really got to be like in melee.
Right. The creatures are right in front of you. Just.
Oh, this is nice.
And again, using miniatures, if you were here, and there were 3 people in front of you, you would get potentially all 3 of them.
Oh, so that's a very nice spell.
Yes.
So actually, this would be good for. I mean, we always say magic users don't go into melee, but if you got this,
You're in trouble. Like here, you would be in trouble. But this is good. Again, the problem with it, why no one usually takes it, is because it only does 1 hit point per level.
oh, I haven't got it yet. Any creature in the area of flames, takes 1 hit point. Oh, yeah. So it's just like a little ow.
It's more like a burning ember.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, it's basically like you're cooking and the flame comes out, like flambe, and it kind of gets a little.
But there's no save. It's you burn them.
Right. So each level. So even if I'm a 10th level, it's 10 hit points, which is not great.
No, it's not great.
Okay.
But it's no save, and it sets things on fire.
No save throw is possible. Oh, inflammable materials touched by the fire will burn. Oh, so I can start like a fire. Oh, so it's like come over here.
Which is why Paul asked a good question. You were doing your spells. Is your research? Is there any flammable materials nearby?
Oh my gosh, he's gonna need an explosion.
That's right. You could have been working an open thing.
Well, let me roll. Is there Angry Monk dice? Are there flammable? Also inflammable means the same thing.
Yes.
You know that. No, thank goodness. Oh.
You'd stoppered them.
I would have been like grotesque. I would have lost on my charisma.
You wouldn't be a 16 charisma anymore.
I wouldn't.
Except to ferrets.
Right, it's such a ferrets and toes. Inflammable materials touched by the fire will burn. Cloth, paper. Oh, so you set the dude on fire.
Right.
Oh, so that's pretty good though.
Yeah, or
do you get a say? Wait, it says inflammable materials touched by the fire will burn. So would you give a saving throw? Isn't there like a fire? No, that's for destruction. Is there like a fire saving throw? That's to be destroyed.
Right.
So you would say that I set the guy on fire. Like if you
Well, it
have
depends
a
if he
cloak.
has flammable. If it's
Right.
like a mummy or something that has like bandages, yeah, that would set him on fire. But if they're just a normal person, no.
Right.
Potentially.
Okay. Well, I think it's a pretty cool spell. It'd be
is
very
cool.
helpful here.
It just sucks. It only does 1 hit point per level.
So,
but the good news for you is how many hit points did the ferret have?
He had 1 hit point, and this was simultaneous,
That's right. And he missed. The ferret missed you.
So he just burned up. So he's running around on fire.
Ah!
Well, wait, he might catch stuff on fire.
Oh,
right?
Wow, you're
Did
brutal.
the ferret? Oh, they come home from the movies and the whole house is burned down. Did he catch anything
And Junior
on
is
fire?
just standing outside. I don't know what happened. I told you not to play with that chemistry set.
It's right. It was the chemistry set. It wasn't me. Yes, but. Well, yes, but what?
I don't know.
Is there fail? Did she roll for the house burning down?
Yes. Yeah.
Is the house burned down?
No.
No. All right, that was the bot.
So there was
yes, but it gets contained.
Yeah, he handles
Oh, I
it.
have like a blanket.
Right. You've done this before. You set things up. You're a pyromaniac.
That's right.
You've set things on before.
All right, Junior. All right, so Junior, there's good news all around. He killed the ferret. He's avoided the assassin. So every nether monster is coming to kill him.
Right.
So he fled.
That's what you said.
Well,
I
he
agree.
wasn't just teleported, but he's like, he's
I'm
hiding.
That's why he got married. He's a whole part of his cover.
That's right.
It's like the Russians.
How did you find me, ferret? Speak. Oh, all right.
Excellent. Well, good. Well, that ties up
Junior the Green.
that because of that victory against a ferret. For those keeping a ferret, magic user 1. So now the score is magic users 2, monsters 2 with 1 tie.
Oh. Yes, that's right. That's right. It's a big victory for the magic users.
Team magic user pulled one out. That was
Yes,
important.
it's 2-2. It's 2-2 and 1.
Right.
Okay, very nice.
I guess we'll do best of 7. Is what we'll end it at best of
That's
7.
probably about all the legs that this
Right.
segment
So
has.
it's taking, and it's longer than I thought it was going to be. So okay, with that, we've got a few minutes until hopefully Mike will give us a call, and then we'll have to get him on and get him set up. So did you want to do sage advice?
Well, were you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Yeah.
What was our sage advice about? I thought we were going to do Dawn Patrol.
Oh, I'm going to ask my car questions.
That's going to be sage advice.
Yes, I'm asking. Yes. So what I've got? Yes, meaning
yes.
I'm going to ask Mike Carr.
Gotcha. Okay, how about have you ever? Let's do have you ever.
Okay.
That's usually a relatively quick segment.
Okay, so this is from Flipping and Turning magazine.
Number 7.
Number 7, which is where you get to play a half-orc cleric assassin, and you are trying to save Queen Mabel. You are infiltrating the palace. She has been taken prisoner by the evil General Gaz, and we are a turncoat, and because we're getting offered more money by the allies of Queen Mabel, we have infiltrated the palace.
Right.
We were last in the kitchen, as you may recall.
Right.
And so here is the next segment. This is not your first clandestine visit to the palace.
Ooh.
So you know the basic layout. You are able to stay hidden as you make your way towards the entrance to the dungeon. As you creep along the dimly lit hallways, you hear the tramp of heavy boots and the clank of armor. Peeking around a corner, you see your former employer, General Gaz himself, coming towards you. You decide to 1. So pay attention. There are going to be 10 choices.
So this, well, let me write this down. So this is, we're doing 10 choices, correctly? So this
10
time
choices.
we're doing...
You are a cleric assassin
named?
named Half-Assassin.
And we just met General Gaz. What's his
Well,
name?
he's coming our way. General Gaz is
Yeah.
our former employer.
Right, former boss. We've turned on, but not really. Well, sort of. Okay, go ahead. What are the choices?
Number 1, hide in shadows and hope General Gaz passes you by.
Like it?
2, apply poison to your blade and backstab General Gaz.
Ooh.
3, apply poison to your blade and assassinate General Gaz. 4, display your badge and bluff your way past General Gaz. 5, don the servant's disguise and bluff your way past General Gaz. 6, cast hold person, then attack General Gaz with sword. 7, drink the invisibility potion and sneak away. 8, read the feigned death scroll. 9, pick General Gaz's pocket. 10,
I know which one you're doing.
reveal yourself to General Gaz and betray the loyalist who sent you to rescue the Queen.
Ooh, I like that one
Oh,
too.
yeah, that's a good one, right? Okay, so 1, hide in shadows. 2, apply poison and backstab. 3, apply poison and assassinate. 4, display badge and bluff. 5, put on the servant's disguise, which we got from the kitchen, I believe. 7, invisibility potion. 8, feign death. 9, pickpocket. 10, betray Queen Mabel.
Ooh,
Okay.
those are tough choices.
Those are good ones, though. Rob did a very good
Yeah,
job.
this is challenging.
I think I'm going to do invisibility potion.
Well, you and the Admiral feel the same way. I assume the General's pretty powerful. Got a bunch of assassinations. I'm going to go with the Dan one, which is pickpocket.
I'm concerned that the assassination one might require planning. You know,
Yeah.
I've never really been sure about
Well,
that.
if you surprise him, then you can roll in the assassination
That's
team.
certainly true. Anybody can, right? I think anybody, not just an assassin. Right.
Right. So, and no,
Oh well, if they're prone.
if they're helpless, then you can assassinate.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Are we ready? Do we have?
No, everyone's still taking 5 more seconds, and they're going to put their choices.
Oh, we're all over the place. A lot of different ones.
All right, hold on just a second. All right, he's calling. Hey, I'm going to get back with you in a couple minutes.
Okay, should I try to get my Skype up?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks. Bye.
Okay.
That's Mike. So we're going to, as soon as we're done with this, we're going to move on.
Okay.
All right, so we got, okay, so starting with number 1, no one hide in shadows. No one took number 1.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me get to the answers. Page 42. We are on H. Okay. So what was number 1?
Number 1 is hide in shadows.
You kill the rats. That doesn't sound right. This works. General Gaz goes by without noticing you.
Nice.
What was number 2?
Apply poison and backstab.
Your blade skitters off his General Gaz's heavy armor. Take 24 points of damage in the resulting melee before your potion eventually kills him.
Wow.
That's a tough one. Add secret defense plans. Oh, add secret defense plans to inventory.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, I'm not going to get the defense plans. What was 3?
Apply poison and assassinate.
This works. You leave General Gaz's lifeless body dead on the floor. Add secret defense plans to your inventory.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was the right choice.
So for Vic and Jason, they picked 3. Nice one. 4,
Yeah, so the assassination was better than the poison. Yeah, that makes sense. You are an assassin.
Right.
4.
Bluff.
This doesn't work. General Gaz runs you through with his sword and kills you.
Oh, sorry.
Did anyone pick that?
Yeah, yes, Shannon did.
Sorry, Angry Monk.
5. Servant disguise.
This works. General Gaz goes by without noticing you. Wow, he's not very perceptive.
No, he just thinks you're a servant.
I'm just a barmaid.
I'm just a wee little thing. 6. Hold person. No one picked 6.
This works. You leave General Gaz's lifeless body dead on the floor. Add defense plans, okay?
Wow, nice. 7.
What was 7?
Drink Inviso.
This works. This is me. General Gaz goes by, if I was alive. General Gaz goes by without noticing you, okay?
All right. 8. Feign death.
This doesn't work. General Gaz runs you through with his sword and kills you.
Number 9. That's what I picked.
This works. Add secret defense plans to inventory.
Yes.
Wow. Very impressive.
Oh, yes. And then 10. Reveal yourself, which is the one I really wanted to pick, but I'm dead too, so.
General Gaz pays you handsomely for your treachery. You're his sort of scum. End adventure. Wow, that's awesome.
I like that too.
That
Well
was
done.
good too.
Who did anyone pick 10?
Yes.
Jason. Congratulations.
Well done.
I think. Oh, and Minion picked 10.
You guys are free to go.
Congratulations.
You're rich.
And cheering crowd. Well, very good. Hey, we're going to. With that, we're going to get Mike Carr on. So give us a few minutes. Go get yourself a popcorn or whatever, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
And now, before the next show starts, let's enjoy an intermission. You'll find our snack bar chock full of good things to eat and drink. Tasty, tempting hot dogs, thirst-quenching soft drinks, fresh, crunchy popcorn, a complete assortment of delicious candy, and a full line of cigarettes. You've plenty of time, so visit the snack bar now. A tasty treat will double your enjoyment of the show.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Your dungeon master has placed you in a dreadfully precarious position. You're playing the most phenomenal game ever created. Your skin grows cold from your first glimpse of the enormous beast. It's a product of your imagination. Survival depends on a quick, decisive move. Your choices are limited. Stand and fight, or run. Use your lightning bolt. Victory is yours.
Win the treasure.
TSR Hobbies, Dungeons & Dragons games. Products of your imagination.
Challenge your imagination to come alive and to battle with the creatures of Dungeons and Dragons. Grapple against the forces of evil as a Marvel Comics superhero. Hunt adventure and glory as Indiana Jones. The all-new role-playing games of TSR and Dungeons and Dragons. Unleash the power of your imagination.
You are the player, and the arcade is the arena. You focus your mind and propel yourself into a universe where you're the master of your destiny for as long as you can keep the trip going. This is the arcade experience. We're ColecoVision. We bring the arcade experience home with games like Donkey Kong with multiple screens, arcade controls, and arcade graphics that let you have the arcade experience at home because your vision is our vision. ColecoVision.
Open the world of advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures. Strongheart, Bronze Dragon, Mortg, Nightmare. Discover a world of mystery and magic.
Stand back, Strongheart. You shall never have this treasure.
Evil is no match for good until we meet again.
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures from LJN. Pure magic.
In the eerie world of deep, dark dungeons, mystery and magic seem real. There's good against evil with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures. War Duke, Kellic, Strongheart, and Bronze Dragon, each sold separately.
Beware, Strongheart. We will cast an evil spell and steal the treasure. Well, evil is no match for good. The treasure is safe.
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures, Kellic, War Duke, Bronze Dragon, Strongheart, each sold separately from LJN.
Now, Bobby! Let's go! Wow!
Thanks, Bobby! No sweat, Diana.
Your time has run out.
Come on! We've got to find Dungeon Master!
Give me your weapons.
All right! Quickly now! Bugles! Hurry!
You cannot escape. This game is ended.
Abra, come here! I'm dreaming! Don't wake me up!
I can't look! Sure you can!
We did it! We're home! Home, sweetie!
And now, before the next show starts, let's enjoy an intermission. You'll find our snack bar chock full of good things to eat and drink. Tasty, tempting hot dogs, thirst-quenching soft drinks, fresh, crunchy popcorn, a complete assortment of delicious candy, and a full line of cigarettes. You've plenty of time, so visit the snack bar now. A tasty treat will double your enjoyment of the show.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Your dungeon master has placed you in a dreadfully precarious position.
You're playing the most phenomenal game ever created.
Your skin grows cold from your first glimpse of the enormous beast.
It's a product of your imagination.
Survival depends on a quick, decisive move.
Your choices are limited.
Stand and fight, or run.
Use your lightning bolt.
Victory is yours.
Win the treasure.
TSR Hobbies.
Dungeons and Dragons games.
Products of your imagination.
Challenge your imagination to come alive and to battle with the creatures of Dungeons and Dragons. Grapple against the forces of evil as a Marvel Comics superhero. Hunt adventure and glory as Indiana Jones. The all-new role-playing games of TSR and Dungeons and Dragons. Unleash the power of your imagination.
You are the player, and the arcade is the arena. You focus your mind and propel yourself into a universe where you're the master of your destiny for as long as you can keep the trip going. This is the arcade experience. We're ColecoVision. We bring the arcade experience home with games like Donkey Kong with multiple screens, arcade controls, and arcade graphics that let you have the arcade experience at home because your vision is our vision. ColecoVision.
Open the world of advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures. Strongheart, Bronze Dragon, Morduk, Nightmare. Discover a world of mystery and magic.
Stand back, Strongheart. You shall never have this treasure.
Evil is no match for good.
Until we meet again.
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures from LJN. Pure magic.
In the eerie world of deep, dark dungeons, mystery and magic seem real. There's good against evil with advanced Dungeons and Dragons action figures.
Okay, we are back, and we are very glad to have our new little figure that's popped up on our screen. So Dan, why don't you introduce our guest?
Okay, so we are very pleased to have as a guest on the show today Mike Carr, who worked for TSR during its golden age from 1976 to 1983. So welcome to the show, Mike.
All right, yep, you sound good. And for those who want to ask questions to Mike, if you're on, just put them in the chat, and we will try to get to them. Because as you know, if you have been with us for any length of time, you know how Dan is. He has done extensive research. Is it discovery? Is that what they call it when you're trying to?
Yes, discovery process.
And you're cross-examining. Is he a hostile witness at this point, or not?
No, he's a very friendly witness. We assume.
Okay.
So Mike, so you worked for TSR 1976 to 1983, where when we think Mike Carr, James and I think we think forwards.
The forwards
to the Holy Trinity, the Monster Manual Player Handbook, and the DMG. But maybe you could start by telling us a little bit about how you got into D&D, because you are one of the few people, I believe, who had a real Dave Arneson and Gary Gygax connection, correct?
Yes. I'm one of the few people that really knew Dave as friend, and a lot of Dave Arneson, and they've been interviewed and provided lots of insights. And a lot of people knew Gary Gygax in the early and subsequently, and they've got some great insights and remembrances and so on. My position is really unique in the fact that I was acquainted with both of them prior to the and TSR, and so that a little bit of a unique position. I'm very gratified to say that was the early days prior to this, and during, and after subsequently.
And you knew Dave first, right? Because you were from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, right?
Yes, I grew up in St. Paul, and that allowed me to get in contact with the Arneson group, which is West, Ross Maker, and Dan Nicholson, and other pretty fascinating individuals. Dave Wesley and that group were several years older than I was, so they were in, say, probably college when I was in high school, and through the Avalon General magazine, the Avalon Company, there was a section at the back of each issue where individuals who played Avalon could get in touch with each other. And of course, the internet was mail or by phone. And through that avenue, my general was seen by Arneson, and he called me and said, "Hey, we're on the other side of St. Paul. Glad to hear you've got a group over there. We'd like to get together."
So was Dave Arneson's ad in the General? It
was my ad. He responded to it.
Oh, it was your ad. I got you. So I had not heard it. So was Arneson and Wesley, were they playing Avalon Hill games? Because I know that they played a lot of miniatures.
Yeah, they were more miniatures oriented. They certainly were well acquainted with Avalon Hill. And the interesting thing about Avalon Hill was, in those days, I'm saying 1964, 65, 67, there was one Avalon Hill published every year, monthly. So that was always a source of anticipation. But if that title came in May and you didn't care for it, you had to wait another year until something more to your liking.
And something I learned recently, which I didn't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Gary Gygax was one of the authors of Alexander, the Avalon Hill game. Yeah, which was, I loved that game, so I had a Gary Gygax game long before I knew anything about D&D. But okay, so you joined their miniature. So even before the Blackmore campaign, before Dave Arneson and the role playing, and I assume Bronstein by Wesley, you were already involved with them playing miniatures at a very young age.
Hey, Mike.
Is that you calling him, Jay?
No, I'm not calling. Hey, Mike, can you unplug your headphones that you're not using? All right, let's try that now. Let's try that. Yeah, I think it was getting some feedback from that.
Okay, so it sounds like we're in good shape now.
Yeah.
All right.
That's better. Go ahead, Mike. Can you say something?
Sure. Testing.
Yeah,
1, 2,
that's
3.
better. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're playing miniatures and board games with Dave Wesley and Dave Arneson, and so you were, of course, you were there at that, sounds like at the point in time in which Wesley then sort of creates this concept of role-playing with Bronstein, and then Dave Arneson turns it into what ultimately becomes D&D with Blackmore.
Yeah, there was a number of things going on. As I mentioned, we were board gamers, and when we met Dave Arneson and his group, we were exposed to miniatures. Of course, you can't just play miniatures unless you have a lot of miniatures, and he and his group of people had a lot of Napoleonic era miniatures, and that's what kind of broadened our horizons. And there was a lot of activity going on. One of the miniatures games that we played was called Modern War and Miniature by Michael Korns. That's Korns, K-O-R-N-S. And that particular game is a World War II man-to-man infantry action. It moves very slowly. Each turn is 2 or 4 seconds, something like that. And we had played that, and that kind of allowed us to get the individual feel for that sort of thing. It wasn't true role playing, it was more military miniatures, but that was part of the mix as well. And when Dave Wesley conceived of this Braunstein game, that was one of really, I think, really the genesis of role playing from a gaming standpoint. And there were a number of versions of that. As you mentioned, there was Brownstone, and I think he calls it Banania, which is a Banana Republic version, where individual players are given roles to play in a very free-form way. The manner of play is free-form, but the setting is created by the game master. And of course, that was a relatively new concept at that time. We were each given roles to play, and then there was a lot of interaction, which kind of played off the diplomacy board game, which was also one of the predecessors. And in the diplomacy board game, there's a lot of interaction between the players, negotiating and deciding what to do in concert or against each other and so on. So that verbal part of that game, was easily carried over into Wesley's creation. But I'm convinced that that was really the genesis of role-playing right there. And Dave Wesley, I think, deserves more credit than he's gotten, really as the father of role-playing gaming.
Did you get a sense that it was something very different when he was doing that?
Yes. And it was all pretty informal at the time. I want to preface this by saying that the gaming milieu in Minneapolis, St. Paul in those days, and by those days I would mean probably 1966, 67, 68, 69, was incredibly diverse and rich. There were probably 20 to 30 or maybe a handful more individuals participating in the gaming scene. And it was interesting, and in years later, we found out that at that time, we didn't realize it, but that was probably the largest active gaming community in the world. We had always thought that England was really the hotbed of gaming. Don Featherstone had published some books on miniatures gaming and that sort of thing. So that gave the impression to everyone else that there was a real active scene there. But the story is told, and this is third hand at this point. Ross Maker from the Twin Cities went over and met Don Featherstone, and he enjoyed that, but he was surprised that the number of active gamers over there was considerably smaller than what we had going in the Twin Cities. So that whole Twin Cities gaming scene was just a potpourri of activity and different kinds of games. We were playing naval miniatures, Napoleonic miniatures, diplomacy, other board games, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess it's no surprise that role-playing came out of that mixing pot, so to speak, of activities.
And Gary Gygax was involved to an extent in that, wasn't he?
Peripherally, yes. Dave Arneson got a degree in history from University of Minnesota, and his specialty was Napoleonic history. So Dave Arneson, among numerous other activities, created, conceived, and executed a massive Napoleonic era campaign, which was based off the diplomacy game at the strategic highest level. And in diplomacy, for anyone who's not familiar with that, it's a map of Europe, and you have fleets and armies, and you move them from province to province. You're trying to take supply centers and conquer Europe by moving your fleets and armies. So that's on kind of the grand strategic level. That concept was carried forward in Arneson's campaign with individual nations controlled by individual gamers. And the largest countries like England and Russia had 2 players running the country, and all the others were individuals who, through Dave Arneson, would create a budget. You'd have a certain amount of income that your country produced, depending on how many provinces you had and the richness of those provinces. And then you would spend that income that you were given to create fleets and armies. A regiment of hussars would cost so much. Lancers would be a little less expensive since they're light cavalry. Infantry regiments, artillery batteries, et cetera, as well as fleets, frigates, and ships of the line, and other craft, and so on. So, and keep in mind, what was most interesting was this was all before computers. So we were all doing this with paper and pencil and adding machines or calculators, and giving this all to Dave Arneson, and he would process this as the sort of human version of what would be the computer in today's parlance, and take all these budgets and create all these regiments. And the whole idea was to create tabletop games that we could play out with miniatures. And it worked very, very well. There was a lot of diplomacy and alliances that were formed, and joint operations and so on. So after you created your fleets and armies in quite a bit of detail, then you would order your fleets and armies to move. And when the armies of opposing teams or opposing nations met in a particular province, then they would Dave would move it to a topographic map. Let's say it's in northern Italy, and then the commanders on each side would move the armies and fleets, not knowing a lot of what's going on with their opponents or where they exactly are through the fog of war. And then when those armies would meet, that would be the occasion for a tabletop battle, which could be played out in miniature on the tabletop. And that was a very elaborate but tremendously fun and challenging sort of situation that allowed a lot of gaming activity. And each of us had a particular nation. I was the Barbary Pirates on the north coast of Africa, and Dave Arneson christened me Carpasha. Now, to get back to Gary Gygax's connection, since America in 1800, which was the time of the setting, was quite remote from Europe, and yet there were American Navy ships occasionally showing up, and things were going on in the Caribbean and so on. Dave enlisted Gary Gygax in Lake Geneva, which is 300 miles from the Twin Cities, to represent the United States. And Gary Gygax jumped into that with both feet, and he was sending orders to Dave Arneson and doing a lot of stuff with the American Navy and this, that, and the other. And so that was his involvement in that. So he was certainly acquainted with what we were doing and so on remotely.
And then at some point, Arneson transitions to the Blackmore campaign, right? And so, I mean, I think I've heard the story that one particular game when he puts down the castle, and you guys play a fantasy-based game.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. Dave would host games in the basement of his parents' home in Highland Park, in St. Paul's Highland Park district, and we'd come over on Saturday and play different things. And one particular day, we got there, and he said, "We're going to try something new. We're going to have an adventure with kind of a medieval setting." And so he said, "Mike, you're going to be a cleric character." Okay, I said, all right, let's give this a try. And he said, you get to choose your equipment here. And the several other players were also given characters. And off we went on an adventure that he had created for us. And so that was the birth of Dungeons and Dragons right there. And so at the time, it was just another thing that we were trying, because as part of this rich milieu in the Twin Cities, we were gaming all sorts of different things, and we were creating board games and this and that, and trying them out with each other and so on. So at the time, it was fairly unremarkable, but obviously in retrospect, that was the birth of D&D. So I'm tremendously gratified to say that I was there at the creation, and I was the first cleric character, and who knew it was going to become such a big deal?
Okay, I got lots of questions about this game. All right, so
Sure.
So first, did he have the castle, right? Wasn't there, he had bought, I thought, right, a model castle, which was a Blackmore castle, and does he put it down? Is that correct?
I believe so, but I seem to recall that our adventure was, I don't know if it was a dungeon adventure or outdoor. The overarching memory of that particular game episode was that we ran into a Balrog, and that Balrog was pretty formidable, and I didn't know what a Balrog was, but we found out pretty soon that it's a very capable monster, and we had to beat a hasty retreat out of there. So that's the one thing that I remember. Another thing is that I had a mace, and that was my particular weapon. And I had the ability to cure wounds. So obviously we were low level, since this was just the very genesis of the whole concept. And so one of my main duties, in addition to wielding the mace, was to potentially heal some of the characters from their wounds and that sort of thing. So I wish I could give you a lot of more detail about exactly what we did and how we did it. But that's what I remember.
The relative humidity in the room.
Yeah, we have an hour to
The ambient,
jog his memory.
do you remember the ambient temperature? What was the weather?
Did Dave Arneson like it cold in the room or warm?
Yeah, that's.
So, but I do have some questions. So, is you said Dave Arneson's the basement of his parents' house how old was Arneson at the time? Was he living at home, or did he just use his parents' basement? I'm trying to get a sense of the age differences between you, because you were young. Were you in high school or college at that point?
I was born in 1951, and as they say, you can look it up. I think Dave was born in 1947. Obviously, with Wikipedia, you could find that out in 20 seconds. I'd say 4 or 5 years different. He and Dave Wesley and Ross Maker and Dan Nicholson, they're all somewhat older than I was at the time.
And is it fair to say, you said you didn't know what a Balrog is. Is it possible you were the only one at the table who didn't know what a Balrog was? Because you've mentioned on prior podcasts that you didn't come with a real fantasy background, right? You hadn't done a lot of reading. Like so many of us, that was our background, but that wasn't yours.
Correct. I'm a history guy. I've always loved history since I was a kid. I still love history to this day. And I've never had much interest in fantasy or science fiction, which is a little bit maybe unusual for the depth that I was into this whole world of fantasy and science fiction and TSR and so on. So yeah, it's possible that I was the one who did not know what a Balrog was Although now I can say, even to this day, I have a healthy respect.
That's right. You learned pretty quickly.
That's right.
So
get out of it.
Get out of it. Run. Flee.
I like the first encounter is run away.
That's right.
Right.
That
people should learn that.
That set the proper tone for D&D.
People should run.
Right.
If you don't know what it is and it looks terrifying, run.
I will say, Dave Arneson always was a first-class game master, whether we were doing Napoleonics or anything else. And so this was very natural for him to take on kind of a whole new dimension with the medieval setting and the fantasy and dungeon adventuring and so on within the Blackmore campaign. So I had some further participation in the Blackmore campaign, but not to any great extent. Others, Greg Svensson in particular, was very active, and he and Dave Arneson would have individual games where the great Svenny, and that's a takeoff on his name, Greg Swenson, would go adventuring, and he had his own mini castle or keep or whatever. And so there was a fair amount of this going on, and Dave McGarry was a good friend of Dave Arneson's. Dave Arneson was in St. Paul, Dave McGarry in Minneapolis. They were very good friends for the duration of Dave Arneson's life. And Dave McGarry also got hooked into this, and he created this dungeon board game so that Dave Arneson, who was generally otherwise always game mastering, could do some sort of adventuring himself in a board game format. And that was the genesis of the dungeon board games, which I'm assuming most of your audience is at least somewhat familiar with. And they took that game to Lake Geneva and showed it to Gary Gygax, and this is a pretty well-known story. Did kind of a dungeon adventure with him, and that's when Gary right away recognized that this was a pretty cool thing and might have some possibilities. So again, I don't need to go over that story again. It's pretty well known, but that's kind of how things took off. And when Gary Gygax recognized the value or the play value of the Dungeons and Dragons concept, from that point on, he was a tremendous proponent of it, obviously, and that's when things started to take off.
Since you were the first cleric, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to ask you if you could shed any light on the prohibition of clerics using edged weapons.
I can provide no rationale for that, except I can tell you that I was told that by Dave Arneson right literally from day one. That's why I had a mace instead of a sword, and some of the other adventurers had swords and edged weapons, but I did not. So that I can't give you the reason for that prohibition, but it was right from the beginning.
So you didn't complain.
Well, see, and that's the part that's so. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Amazing. It's kind of a cool thing, and it's not a sword. It's different.
It's just interesting that only a decade later, that if one of my, for instance, if one of my friends said, "Hey, I made this game, and you're going to do this and that," I would have been like, "Who are you? Who are you making a game to do this?" We needed the rules. It was so important that someone named Gary Gygax or Dave Arneson wrote this. And these people you knew. Was that, and you were playing games that you basically kind of made up the rules in a lot of cases. Was that a spirit that you had at that time? And because, again, for me, that would be it's almost anathema to how we dealt years later, where if it wasn't official TSR, I wasn't interested.
There wasn't even really a rule book.
Right.
Right? The chainmail was floating around, right? The chainmail rules were used, if I recall, loosely, right?
Yeah. Chainmail, of course, is for medieval combat on a small scale, whether it's be individuals, and there's jousting part of that as well. So small scale medieval battles, which are obviously incredibly bloody and a lot of blunt force trauma on the participants, not the players, but their characters and so on. So yeah, the fantasy supplement of chainmail is obviously credited for some of the interest in what later became the Dungeons and Dragons world, where elves and dwarves and dragons and so on were introduced into that setting. And of course, the purists among medieval historians or enthusiasts of the chainmail game were, taken aback by putting in these fantasy characters. But obviously, as played out, no pun intended, that became quite popular, and that was kind of the jumping off point, the springboard, for what became D&D.
Yeah, and to James' question, so were you guys okay with, because I assume Dave Arneson was just making up these rules, like you had mentioned about Edge West. It sounds like you guys were okay with that and willing to go with the flow.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, you see that, you've always seen that in the game where the dungeon master really kind of calls the shots, and hopefully there's a good structure and there's armored classes and to hit and initiative and all that sort of thing. But yes, this was being created, as I hesitate to say on the fly, but in essence, that's what it was. Yeah, we were very acquainted with that sort of thing. And as I said, Dave was a tremendous game master. So as players, we were very content to go with the flow. Now, I should also mention, at this time in the background was the International Federation of Wargaming, IFW. And IFW turned out to be quite pivotal in a number of respects. IFW was a national club of gaming enthusiasts, primarily military gaming and Avalon Hill enthusiasts, but also as it got off the ground, incorporating miniatures enthusiasts and so on. And I think at its heyday had between 300 to 500 members nationwide. And there was a magazine that would come out every other month or quarterly. And of course, it was all done by volunteers, so that was irregular in terms of publication and so on. And within the IFW, the purpose of which was to unify the contacts of gamers, from coast to coast and get them in touch with each other, because this hobby was on the rise, so to speak. And how do you find other people to play these somewhat unusual games that are, not published by Parker Brothers or Milton Bradley? So within the IFW, International Federation of Wargaming, there were a number of societies created. Probably the most famous of which was the Castle and Crusade Society, which were medieval enthusiasts. And those are the people that really got some of the first exposure to the D&D concept as that came together. But also within that was and this was Gary Gygax's concept, and he made it happen, the WGIG, which was the War Game Inventors Guild. And as I mentioned, there was one game a year coming out in the spring, usually in the month of May, from Avalon Hill. And if you didn't like that, you had to wait another year. Well, Gygax said, there's enough of us who love history and know history and gaming that we should be creating some of these games ourselves, and could be promising. And then we're not at the mercy of Avalon Hill's one title per year. So the Wargame Inventors Guild, under his tutelage, was created so that gaming enthusiasts within the IFW could create and present their game ideas to other members of the Wargame Inventors Guild or the larger membership, and get some exposure for that, and see if some of these other game ideas from other individuals would gain some traction and popularity. And at that time, I had created, after the 1966 movie The Blue Max came out, I created the Fight in the Skies game, which again was created based upon my inspiration of seeing the aerial action in that particular movie, which is very inspiring. That movie literally inspired me to create this game. And so we were creating rules in St. Paul, played in my parents' basement. We had a square tiled floor. We got 1/72nd scale models from Revell, and we were staging World War I dogfights, and I was formulating the rules and so on. And when Gary heard about that, he said, well, you should self-publish this through the Wargame Inventors Guild. So I self-published. The first edition was 25 copies, the second edition 50, the third edition 100 copies, and this was all mimeographed. Or actually, my father worked at the 3M company, and they had thermofax their version, and so we ran it out. So I had connection with Gary on that, and of course Dave Arneson and other people were playing the Fight in the Skies game, and so it was just a tremendously fun and very vibrant, dynamic sort of times for gamers. So we were having a blast, and we were creating these things as inspiration hit us.
And how old were you when you wrote Fight in the Skies? Yeah, because you were quite young.
Yes, I was in high school. The movie came out in 1966, and I was immediately struck by the aerial scenes. Of course, this is all before computer graphics, and so they created real aircraft and staged real dogfights with a camera plane, and those were very stirring. And I thought, being inspired by that, I thought, wouldn't it be great if you could play a board game that could kind of give you the feel of that combat with the airplanes going this way and the other, and aerial maneuvers and so on. And so that was really the inspiration for it, and that's how it started. So credit to Gary for promoting that idea. And Fight in the Skies game, after the self-publishing version, the first 3 editions that I did in 25, 50, and 100 copies, he persuaded Don Lowry of Lowry Enterprises, who was publishing his line of games called Gygan games at the time. He persuaded him to look at my game, and they published it. That was the 4th edition. And then after that ran its course, when TSR was starting in 1975, the Fight in the Skies became one of the first TSR box games, and was released in early 1976. Was just prior to my joining the company.
And it became known as Dawn Patrol, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, the 7th edition, TSR did the 4th. TSR did the 5th edition, which we call the blue box, and because it has a blue box horizontal orientation to the box. Then the 6th edition was a vertical box with a red border, and that change was made because a lot of hobby shops had racks and they were displaying the game, so you wanted to put the title up at top. So that box got tipped from horizontal to vertical, and the Fight in the Skies name is up on the top of the front of the box, so that it's more visible. And the Dawn Patrol game, then that decision was made to emphasize the role-playing more. The role-playing had always been a part of that and the creation of characters, and I'll be happy to touch on that in a minute if you like. It was deemed, and rightly so, Dawn Patrol would be a better name for the game, more saleable, more recognizable. Of course, there was a movie from the 1930s called Dawn Patrol, and so on. So that's what prompted the name of the game to change from Fight in the Skies to Dawn Patrol. So going back to the touchstone of the IFW, one of the societies, in addition to the Castle Crusade Society, and there was a Stalingrad Society, we created the Fight in the Skies Society, which, believe it or not, still exists 50 plus years later, and published our own newsletter. And to this day, the Fight in the Skies Society probably has 75 or 85 members, diehard players of the game, which is even more remarkable since the game has not been published since 1982.
Wow.
So what we're at work on now is an 8th edition. There's been a lot more research and a lot more data and stuff that we can build into the 8th edition, and we've got more critical hits and all sorts of different details adding to the game. Incidentally, this afternoon I'm going down to the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum in Lake Geneva, and we're putting on some demos, 2 different demo sessions for new players there. So we're still playing the game, still promoting the game. And, one of the diehard players from the 1980s in Whitewater, Wisconsin, which is about 30 miles from Lake Geneva, a gentleman named Rick Johnson, very avid player of Dawn Patrol. He subsequently went on to a career in video game design and that sort of thing. And so he took it on himself to create an online version of it, which is probably, if we'd had a programmer do it for us, probably would have cost $100,000 to do. But he had the expertise and the devotion to the game, created a really tremendous online version that we play every Sunday night, and every Monday night there's sessions, and we play other games as well. Have mini campaign sort of thing. So it's just quite astounding. So this game really, even though it was never a tremendously big seller, about 50,000 copies total, really has legs.
And so with the 8th edition, I'll be able to play a half-orc German bombardier. Is that something that's going to be possible?
Not going to go in that direction.
Oh.
But Dave Arneson, D&D, he wanted to have aerial encounters with, griffins and gargoyles and dragons and so on. So he kind of riffed off of the Fight in the Skies game for some of the action, which I think he called BITS, B-I-T-S, Battle in the Skies. And so, I can't speak much about that, but he was certainly inspired to play off of what I had created with Fight in the Skies for some of the aerial encounters that were in the early versions of D&D.
Now, Mike, so we have a segment on our show
called
Sage Advice, where we ask questions of each other,
right?
Not our guests, usually, or ever,
okay,
about AD&D from Dragon Magazine. Well, I mean, you, of course, remember Sage Advice from Dragon Magazine, and there was Dispel Confusion, which was from Polyhedron. And people would send in questions. And I noticed, because I did these questions last week, I noticed that is he here? I noticed that there's a little section for Dawn Patrol. And only with your approval, I would like to, if you're okay with it, ask you these questions to test your knowledge of the Dawn Patrol rules.
Well, yeah, don't put me on the spot.
No, that's what we do here. That's exactly what Dan does. So go ahead.
Okay.
This should be fun.
I mean, you wrote the game. I mean,
And more importantly, what he also...
Were you to have answered these? So did you ever answer Dawn Patrol questions for Polyhedron Magazine?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. Can a pilot or observer fire a long burst if there are less than 4 ammo points left in the gun?
Yeah, long burst is 4 ammo points.
So can I fire a long burst if there are less than 4 ammo points in my gun?
The answer would be yes, but the effectiveness would not be of a long burst because you don't have as many bullets as would be expended in a long burst. Without getting too esoteric about it, there's different chances of gun jams depending on the type of burst you shoot and the number of bullets expended and so on. So,
let's see if you're right. The answer is yes. This is often done to prevent a jam from reducing the effect of firing the last few bullets from a gun. It should be noted that the hits scored are still determined normally on the proper table for either an interrupted or short burst, and there's more. So yeah, so you are correct.
Give him a ding ding.
There you go.
There's one more, and then we'll let you off the hook. The rules state that only 3 out of 4 of the normal hits are scored when one of two guns jams on an interrupted burst. How do you round off fractions? So the rules state that only 3/4 of the normal hits are scored when one of two guns jam on an interrupted burst. How do you round off fractions?
Well, the simple ones, if you scored 4 hits, it's 3 instead of 4, and if you scored 8 hits, it's 6 instead of 8. You simply round. I believe you just round it off, and you can round it in your favor.
The answer is round off in favor of the attacker.
Oh, wonderful!
It's like he wrote the game.
It's like he wrote the game. Congratulations!
Okay. We didn't warn him about that. I just saw this sitting here. Sorry. All right, we'll get back to questions that you were more prepared for, probably.
That we slightly gave him some notice on.
That's true.
You know, nothing says our show like bringing people on who have better things to do and peppering them with questions from 40 years ago. That's what we do here.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Really
Speaking of 40
that.
years ago, so when did you first meet Gary face to face? I don't mean necessarily what year, but in what context?
I corresponded with him through the IFW. He was one of the principals, and by that I mean one of the 5 or 6 people who were active in making things happen organizationally with the International Federation of Wargaming. So I met him through the mail, so to speak, and through the IFW, corresponded with him. And then, interestingly, in 1968, so I was 16, just short of my 17th birthday, Gary decided to host a one-day game convention or game gathering in Lake Geneva at the Horticultural Hall, which was a block from his house in Lake Geneva. And so that was scheduled for Saturday, August 24th, 1968. And hearing about that through the IFW newsletter, I asked my parents, could we possibly go to Lake Geneva? It's a tourist town. My sister's 2 years younger than I am, so she would have been 14. And could we maybe make the trip? Now, this is 300 miles, keep in mind. Could we maybe make the trip to Lake Geneva? Because I'd love to attend this one-day gaming get-together that my acquaintance through the mail, Gary Gygax, is putting on. And bless their hearts, they said yes. And so we loaded up the car, St. Paul, and my sister and I on board, and they went to Lake Geneva. We went to Lake Geneva, stayed overnight motel, and fortunately Lake Geneva is a tourist town, a lot of stuff going on. They take a boat ride on the lake and so on, while I went to Hort Hall and gamed my heart out. So that was the very first GenCon, and that's when I met Gary personally for the first time.
So if you want to come game in a tourist town where your friends and family can do other things while you go game, what could you do, Dan?
You could come to GROGTALK.
You can come to GROGTALK September 30th through October 2nd here in Orlando. Here, right? And your friends can go to Disney World and other things, and you can come game with us, old school gaming. So
that's terrible. We have a guest on, and you're plugging our convention. All right.
Absolutely, I'm plugging it. And of course, Mike, you have an open invitation. Just talk to us later if you'd like to come down. We'd love to have you here. So
yes.
Who knows where I might show
That'd be great.
That's true. I heard there's a rumor that you wandered into DaveCon.
That's basically
Is that true?
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
So what happened? Were you like driving by and you saw on the marquee DaveCon?
Puppet show, then DaveCon.
Puppet show and DaveCon.
Well, I've been a regular attendee at GaryCon. Where I live currently is less than an hour from Lake Geneva. So, and for instance, I'm going there this afternoon for gaming, happily. And I grew up in St. Paul, and one of my high school buddies from St. Paul, lived out in Seattle, was going to be back in the Twin Cities on that particular weekend. So I knew that DaveCon was going on, and I knew that my high school buddy was going to be in town with some of my other friends from high school. And so I thought, well, I'm going to go up, I'm going to go up and meet my friend, who I don't get to see very often. And then I wandered over to DaveCon. I had to find the hotel that it was at in Roseville. But I did. And when I strolled in there, no one was expecting me. Tim Kask was chatting with somebody else. I don't recall who it was. And anyway, they were just flabbergasted to see me, because there was no advance notice that I was even going to be there. And then, of course, the people behind DaveCon were delighted when they heard I was there. And I said, well, I'm just here for an hour and a half. That's all I have the time for. But so they were just delighted. But one of the interesting encounters there, speaking of random encounters, at DaveCon, I mentioned to, is it Vic?
Vic. The mastermind, mastermind, our dear friend.
Yeah, the guy behind, and he was just tickled that I was there. Oh, we got to invite you. He was apologizing. Well, sorry, we didn't invite you to come. I said, well, no, that's all right. Don't worry. He said, well, we'd love to have you come next year. So I think I will, as a guest. But I happen to mention that I have a children's book project in the works, and I was thinking of doing a Kickstarter in the future. And right away he said, oh, you got to meet this guy, Cully. He's right here. He's running a Kickstarter right now. And so what he was doing, and he showed me on his smartphone all the stuff that Kickstarter does and all the
wonderful
stuff that they provide and so on. So that was one of several side benefits. Plus, I don't see Tim Kask that often, and Dave Wesley was he was chatting with. We just had a great old time meeting of the minds, all the grognards, old timers, chewing the fat and that sort of thing. So I did happen to make it to DaveCon unwittingly, unplanned, sort of spontaneous. So random character appearance, I guess we could call it, in the game.
They rolled a Mike Carr.
They rolled a Mike Carr on the round table.
There's Mike Carr.
Character suitable.
Well, we should uninvite him, so maybe he'll wander in.
That's right.
GrogCon.
Yeah, you don't come, so you can just show up.
You're uninvited. Do not. Whatever you do, don't come to GrogCon.
No, please don't. Don't show up in Orlando.
I remember hearing you say somewhere, I think, that you wrote, we love stuff like this. You're going to be like, this is a boring question, but we love stuff like this. Did you ride from Chicago? Did you ride with Gary to GenCon at some point?
Yes. Well, at the first Gen Con, 1968, that was August 24th, 1968, the very first Gen Con. After his opening remarks, I ran the very first game at the very first Gen Con, which was a Fight in the Skies game. We had plastic models who played on the floor.
Did you hear that? First game ever.
First game.
First Gen Con game ever.
Yeah, and I'm also the only person that's been to every Gen Con since then, and I've already
That's right.
out on the calendar. So anyway, that was Gen Con what became number one. Of course, it wasn't called Gen Con right away. It was under the auspices of the IFW. But anyway, on year two, which was 1969, I rode down on the train from St. Paul, the Milwaukee Road Hiawatha, to Chicago. And in those days, there were numerous trains every day between the Twin Cities and Chicago. I think eight or 10 trains a day, passenger trains, making that 400-mile trip. So several of us, it was my friend Jim Siegfried Nelson. He came up from Iowa to St. Paul, and we got on the train. His father worked for the Milwaukee Road, so he had a family pass. And then another gentleman, Jim Abler from Anoka, Minnesota. The three of us got on the Hiawatha, and the morning Hiawatha took it to Chicago. Got there in the afternoon, and Gary Gygax was off work from Fireman's Fund Insurance, and we met him and rode the Chicago Northwestern commuter train from Chicago up to Lake Geneva. So yes, that was Gen Con 2 in 1969.
So what did you talk about? What is it like riding with Gary?
Gaming. So
yeah, that's what he was. He loved gaming. I mean, I know that's obvious, right? But he was just a true gamer.
He was a gamer through and through, and that was also the same with Dave Arneson and Dave Wesley. I mean, some of these people who really devoted a lot of their time and effort to not just play games but to create games were diehard gamers through and through. And Gygax and Arneson, both of them were that way in spades. They were just deep into it, and I think I'm in that category, maybe to a little lesser degree, but yeah, we love gaming. I've loved gaming since I was a kid and played Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley games, and I still play. I'm going to play this afternoon. So it's just a tremendous hobby, and you can tell pretty soon when you meet some gamers that these guys they're deeper into it than the rest of us. So hats off to them.
And then you graduate. You said you were a history major in college,
yep.
And you graduated, and the job prospects weren't great.
They were non-existent. I was going to be a teacher. At that age, you think, well, what do I want to do when I grow up, or what do I want to study in college, and what career? So I thought I wanted to be a teacher, and I would have been a teacher, social studies teacher. So I got a degree in history and did student teaching, which was interesting, and graduated in 1973. But there were really no teaching jobs at that time. It was, I believe, during the Nixon administration, and there was a recession going on, and there was not a lot of teaching prospects at that time. So I had worked at the Ground Round restaurant in Roseville, Minnesota, as a cook, and done that for 2 years. That was my college job to help pay part of tuition, and was doing a lot of gaming. And this was all part of the very vibrant Twin Cities gaming scene. I specifically decided I wanted to go to college in the Twin Cities. I didn't want to go away to college or university, because the gaming scene was so much fun and so vibrant at that time in the Twin Cities that I certainly didn't want to spend 4 years elsewhere. So I was able to, during my time studying at Macalester College, able to continue doing a lot of gaming in the Napoleonic campaign, and Don't Give Up the Ship battles that we were having related to that campaign, and Fight in the Skies games, et cetera, et cetera. And so, I graduated. I had a degree in history, got a teaching certificate, certified in Minnesota, but there were no jobs. So then what was I going to do? And after a while, my father said, well, we didn't send you to college to, be a cook. What are you going to do? So at that point, with really very few or no prospects, I asked at the ground round, our location in Roseville was the number 2 ground round in the chain. And at that time, there was probably 70 or 75 ground rounds around the United States. They were the number 2 location, and they were bringing in trainees, guys in their 20s, to be manager trainees to go learn the ropes and then go out and be managers for this expanding chain. So I asked, could I go into the management training program? And they said, yes, if you're willing to go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, yes. And I think surmised later that maybe nobody else would go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So it was a take it or leave it. And I didn't really want to go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, but I did for 2 years and got some management experience as a manager trainee and assistant manager. And that was right when TSR was starting, 1974, 75. And Gary, who I was better acquainted with by that time, and he'd known about the game that I created, and in fact, he was a proponent of it. He said, would you like to come to Lake Geneva and work with us? We can't offer much salary, but if you do come with us, we'll offer some stock in the company. And if this enterprise takes off, as it did, that stock will be worth something in the long run. And so at the ground round, I had worked up from assistant manager, $150 a week to start. This is $150 a week to start as a trainee. I'd worked up to $205 a week, and Gary offered me $110 a week to come to Lake Geneva. So it was 40% pay cut, but I was not married and I didn't have a family, and it was an easy decision. And instead of working 6 days a week in the restaurant business, I'd be happy to work 6 or 7 doing fun game related work. So I jumped at the chance, and in March of 1976, I made the trip to Lake Geneva and moved there. I was, I think, the 7th employee, and took on a role as general manager. At least that was the initial position.
And who were the other employees at the time, and what building was that? Which TSR building?
TSR, or more accurately, the partnership of Gary Gygax and Brian Bloom had purchased the residence at 723 William Street, which is now the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum, I'm happy to say. That's a whole separate story. So that's where I reported for work. It's a fairly modest, mid-sized residence with a front porch, two stories, and the living room became later the Dungeon Hobby Shop. The kitchen became the shipping room. The basement was storage for game inventory and so on. And the offices were upstairs. Tim Kask had the periodicals office, and that was right when Strategic Review was about to become the Dragon later in that summer, I believe, 76. And Gary Gygax had an office. Brian Bloom had an office. Dave Sutherland, who I think started at TSR maybe 2 weeks before me. They suggested Dave Sutherland might need a roommate, so he became my first of numerous roommates in Lake Geneva. So Brian Bloom, Gary Gygax, Tim Kask, myself, Dave Sutherland were some of the initial employees, and maybe Rob Kuntz was also involved at that point. And shortly after, the staff continued to expand.
What was a young Tim Kask like? Because now he's a curmudgeon.
Right.
I'll say young Tim Kask was colorful and opinionated, and always fun to talk to, because it just his nature and his character are a little different from the rest of us, and that gives him his personality is just appealing and kind of fun. So he's never shy about expressing his opinion, but I think that's part of what makes him such a interesting guy. And I'm happy to say we've been acquaintances for all these years, and he always greets me warmly when I happen to see him at GaryCon or GenCon or anywhere else.
Indeed. And now you, of course, so where we know your name, as I mentioned at the outset, is we love, of course, the Holy Trinity, the big three, the Monster Manual, the Player's Handbook, and the DMG. And if you start reading a book properly, you start right at the beginning at the foreword, and you end up writing the foreword for each of the 3 books, which is interesting because you're not really a big D&D player at the time. Is that fair to say?
That's true. It is kind of fascinating that I got so deep into D&D and AD&D on the publication side, and being the games and rules editor and having the honor, and it really was a tremendous honor to be the editor of Gary's works there, and it was quite a massive task. So I always tell people the fact that I was not deep into D&D and didn't play it a lot, and to this day don't play it a lot, gave me the opportunity to kind of look at the rules and what was presented and explanations, kind of look at it in a fresh and different way as somebody that could assess the explanations and the procedures and the processes of the game to see, did it flow well and was it well explained, so that if you came into this cold, as so many buyers would be, was it understandable? So I think that lack of very close familiarity allowed me to do a better job of editing and kind of assess the viability of what was presented, and was it complete enough, or were there gaps that needed filling out and that sort of thing. So helped me be a better editor, because editor really can add a lot of value to what the creator or the author of the game gives you to start with. And so I was able to, I think, add some value to that. Those forewords I knew would be read by a tremendous number of people, gaming enthusiasts and D&D people. So all three of those forewords, I put a lot of time and effort into, thinking about what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it. So I think if you even read them today, all these many years later, I think, they still stand up pretty well because of that care and attention that I gave to that. So being chosen to be the editor for that was quite an honor. And Tim Kask told me years later, he said, Gary wasn't sure if we should entrust you with editing, being the main editor on those books, but he said, I know Gary was very pleased, and he told me that once or twice as well. Gary was very pleased with the editing job that I did, and Gary gets a lot of credit for it, because he was a very gifted and skilled and articulate writer. And so he gave me, as the editor, pretty clean copy compared to some other stuff that I saw from other TSR projects that we got from outside people. And it was not only a joy, but a pleasure, and certainly a little easier task, because it was a good manuscript in all three cases. And whenever I had a question, I could go to him and ask. So it was pretty cool to be, integral part of that process.
How was the decision made, if you know? Because your title at that point, you started, as you said, general manager, but you're the TSR Games and Rules editor. Were you the only editor, and that's why it fell to you?
No, not too long after I came as general manager, Kevin Bloom, Brian's brother, came on, and he had an accounting background, and so he took over the general manager position, and later became one of the directors, along with Gary and Brian, of the company. And at that point, I was doing, in the early days, doing all sorts of different things. We were all wearing numerous hats, and doing whatever needed to be doing, including once in a while pitching in the shipping department, because some new product had just come in and we needed to get it out to the hobby shops or to the distributors or whatever. So I was doing a lot of creative stuff, and the magnitude of some of these projects and the number of them, cried out for somebody to do that full time. So I became the head of what we called the production department at that point, and later was vice president of production. And but I was not the only editor. I had a couple other people helping. Tim Jones was a young man who was a D&D aficionado. He was from Georgia. He came up and got on the payroll. In fact, he was another of my roommates for a short period of time. I think I had like 7 roommates in the 7 years that I lived in Lake Geneva. That's a story in itself. But I did have some other people assisting, and numerous people were looking at the different things, but we're up to our armpits in different projects. There were fledgling modules, dungeon modules. We were doing dungeon geomorphs and all sorts of ancillary accessories and products, and so there was no lack of activity, things going on. And then the magazines, the Dragon magazine got off the ground, and there was Little Wars, and so it was just a very dynamic time with a lot going on.
He mentioned modules, and we have some questions from our folks. So the Admiral, you mentioned B1, obviously Into the Unknown. Was that always a learning module, or did it have an earlier history?
No, it was created as a learning module after the basic set came out, and was relatively successful, quite successful. That was the whole idea. Let's do a basic version of Dungeons and Dragons that can be sold in retail stores, not just hobby shops, but retail stores and bookstores. B. Dalton was one of the chains at the time, Crocs and Brentano's in Chicago. Let's do a basic Dungeons and Dragons that would be a little simpler and more understandable, to people who were not acquainted with the whole concept of role playing and so on. We're coming into it, from their background, maybe in family games or something like that. So Eric Holmes had volunteered to do a new, lesser, complex version, and that became basic D&D. And after that was out shortly, it was obvious right away that that was not enough to help people better understand the concept of creating dungeons and adventuring settings. We needed something else. So at that point, I raised my hand and said, I'd like to take a shot at this. I'd like to create this beginner module, which became B1. And fortunately, Gary Gygax and Brian Bloom were the prime decision makers, and they said, all right, do you think you can do this? And I said, yeah, I'm going to do it in the evenings. I'm doing it on my own time, outside of, working all day long on all the numerous projects going on. So over a relatively short period of a couple of months, I, working at night in my apartment, put that, did a lot of brainstorming and put that thing together pretty much single-handed. But right, to answer your question, right from the beginning, it was designed to be a explanatory beginner's module for dungeon masters, so they could see, this is how you create a backstory, this is how you create a setting, this is what a physical dungeon might look like. Though there's 2 levels there, and they fit nicely on top of each other. You have to consider some of the other questions of, where do you get in, where do you get out? Is there any secret entrances or secret exits and so on? Where does the water drain and all sort of that sort of thing architecturally, and then create a plausible backstory. So, it's a living quarters, but it's also, meant to be kind of a fortified position and that sort of thing. So kind of created the whole idea, and non-player characters that could be put in there. One of the things that I put in there is the lore or legends that the individual characters have heard about this place, which was, I still get compliments on that. The Dungeon Master calls each player in individually before the adventure and says, roll a die, 20-sided, bingo, you get a number. Okay, this is what you've heard about this place. Well, maybe half or more are accurate. Several are not relevant, and a couple are just plain wrong. So when the players go back after getting this random assortment of background knowledge or legends about the setting that they're about to explore, that makes for kind of an interesting thing. So explaining these concepts to the Dungeon Master and how you have to provide useful information, but occasionally you can, puzzle the players or give them something that might not make sense or that they've got to figure out, or might be wrong. That's all within the realm of what you can do in setting the stage.
Yeah. So is it your understanding, was that the first use of, because now that's very common, the rumor table, and to have false rumors. Was it your understanding that was the first use of it?
I believe it was. Yes.
Okay, very interesting. And why was that the first adventure you'd ever written?
Yes, and it's the only D&D adventure I ever wrote. I did do some top secret modules with Corey Kobernick when the top secret espionage role-playing game came out by Merle Rasmussen. A pretty cool game in itself. We created some modules which were top secret adventures or missions for GenCon, and then published them, subsequently. We created them for the convention setting for numerous players, and with the idea that they would eventually be published. So there's 2, maybe 3 of those as well. But yeah, it was the only D&D adventure I ever created. I put a lot of work into it. I gave a lot of thought to it. And it's even, I say, especially challenging because it's all for low level. So your tricks and traps can't be too sophisticated or too deadly or too complex. The monsters, the array of monsters and so on has to be suitable to low level characters. And so, there's a certain amount of care in that you have to take so that doesn't overwhelm the players. You want it to be neither too simple nor too complex. And then what are you going to have in there? So that's why when you get to the lower level, there's the fungus garden, a big room full of giant mushrooms and so on. And so that's kind of a mysterious setting as well for exploration, and hopefully that'll wow the players. Then also there's the room of pools, where there's numerous pools with different liquids, some magical, some not. And so these are all things for the players to puzzle over. But the whole idea was to show the dungeon master that the more interesting and occasionally different sorts of features that you have for the players to encounter, that's going to make it challenging for them, but also interesting and kind of fun. Can be entertaining for the dungeon master as well.
Yeah, and that's what people have commented. They love the room of pools and the mushrooms and the NPCs that you put in there. So it's like B2. They're legendary adventures that it's a common experience that people have had. They've all played that. They know. Oh, you say the room of pools. Everyone knows what that's about because pretty much B2 is a little more Samas because it came out of the Moldvay, and a lot of people started in the early 80s, but B1 and B2, those are the classic adventures that I'm pretty much everyone has gone through.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's tremendously gratifying to me. I mean, this was 1979 when I did that. I think that's when it was published. And I still today, in the 21st century, still at some of these game conventions, people come up to me and they compliment me on B1 and what a great time they had. And I was at GaryCon some years ago, and these 2 guys came up, and one guy says, "Oh, I loved your B1 module. I probably run it 100 times." And I looked at him, I said, 100 times? And the guy next to him said, "Oh, I'm sure he's run it 100 times." He said, the second guy says, "Oh, I've probably run it 30 times. So that tells me that it has really stood the test of time, and it has led. So, the fact that Goodman Games, wanted to and did republish it, the B1 and B2 several years ago, it has brought it to a whole new audience. So, yeah, I'm very, very proud of that as part of this whole Dungeons and Dragons story. I tell people I had a ringside seat for the whole D&D phenomenon, which was true. And if that's one of my several legacies, I'm very happy with that. The fact that people still care about it, 40, 50 years later, I mean, that's pretty astounding.
And he barely played D&D, or didn't, and he did a legendary. What's our excuse?
Right.
We played for 30-something years, and we can't.
We shouldn't play.
Right. We
Stop playing. You'll write better adventures.
Right. Stop playing.
So it was a great honor to be chosen. I volunteered I'd like to do this, and they agreed. And so it was an honor to do it. And again, I knew that so many players would go through this. So I really put a lot of care and thought into it. And having played in Dave Arneson's campaign peripherally, gave me, I knew what I needed to do and what I wanted to do. And again, made a lot of notes, but it was really pretty much my entire creation, and it was only needed light editing. Other people and Gary and others looked at it, and Tim Kask and so on. But it didn't need a lot of work. And as you can see in the B1, it's all kind of crammed in there. I think it's 24 pages, and we just squeezed it all in there and added some illustrations. So it's pretty meaty, I think. And some of those concepts, the extra player characters and the rumors and legends table and that sort of thing, that's pretty cool.
Did you play test it?
I don't believe we did. I think well, I can't say it. In fact, there might be play testing credits in there, so I can't say it wasn't play tested, but not extensively like some things would be. I just think and I also remember that module is designed where the rooms are empty. There's no monsters and there's no treasures. You have to, as the dungeon master, this is part of your learning experience, you have to populate that dungeon. Some of the rooms, and of course I emphasize, don't put something in every room. Some rooms should be empty. So keep in mind that every time that module is played, it's different because there's different monsters and different treasures in different rooms and stuff. So playtesting it would be a little less straightforward, because of that variability.
Do you ever run it?
No, I've never run it.
You've never?
Well, my friend Jeff Doc Mangeras, who lives in Northwest Indiana, he said, "Oh, Mike, you should run the B1 module someday. That would just attract a crowd." And I said, "Well, yeah, but everybody's played it. It's how are you, how are we gonna make it? A lot of people know that, setting backwards, forwards, and sideways. Well, you could maybe change up some things." And I said, "Well, I'm not a dungeon master. I need a dungeon master alongside me to handle all the combat and that sort of thing. That sort of thing. But I could certainly spin a tale and tell.
We could do that.
He'll do it. James is you're volunteering.
I'd volunteer for that. Absolutely.
So and I said, we could maybe do that as a special event, maybe at GaryCon sometime. Something. And maybe do it for maybe
GrogTalk.
I mean, I know people have paid $100 to get a seat to play a Paul Stormberg game in the Gygax house on Center Street, and they were happy to do it. So, and some of that money went to charity in a couple cases and stuff. So, that would be kind of
it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I went to Al Hammock's Ghost Tower. It's a lot of fun. Even if you've been through it, it's a thrill. And so, yeah, I think your friend is right. And I think he's right. You should do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not ruling it out.
And there was there a sequel to it ever that you considered making for it?
Paul Stormberg proposed a sequel, and then we did. I think it was for one of the cons. He came up with a sequel to it, so he'd be the guy to ask about that. And so I had a little bit of input, and it was, he did 95% of the work, which was good. But he took the follow up of what happened to these characters, why they left Quasqueton, which is the name of that keep or that stronghold where they had lived and is being explored in B1. Where did they go, and etc. So yeah, Paul Stormberg would be the guy to ask about that. So with my blessing, he created a follow-up module.
Very good.
Do we have? I don't want to dominate. Do we have guest questions?
Yeah, we have a couple more. So
all right.
The Carlos, from our friend from Mexico, asked, did you get, obviously without the internet, where did you go as a source of information for all your historical? Was it the library? Was it books that you purchased? Back then, how did you become so versed in history, obviously before going to school for it? What was your common repository of knowledge that you all used?
And Carlos is a professor, we should point out.
Oh, he is?
Oh, yes.
Well, as a 16-year-old, I was really swept off my feet by the movie The Blue Max, and so I wanted to design a game on World War I aviation and recreate the thrill, hopefully in a board game setting, and the fun and the challenge of aerial dogfighting. So you've got a lot of different airplanes from different nations and so on. So yes, I had to go to the library and rely on as many sources of books on aircraft performance and reading the memoirs of pilots and aces from World War I, and getting hard data was a challenge. But there was a series of books published in England by under the Harley Ford label that had some information on individual aircraft. There's one book on fighter aircraft, one book on reconnaissance and bomber aircraft that had statistics on the speed and the rate of climb and that sort of thing, and background information on the characteristics of these different planes. So yes, going to the library and doing historical research with whatever books you could find, that was how it was done. Interestingly, in the 50 years since then, there's been a ton more research done in the field of World War I aviation and aircraft performance and operations and squadrons, Jagdstaffels, and that sort of thing. And the internet provides a great resource as well, especially for photos, for instance. But there's no substitute for going to the library and as many sources as you can find. Ideally, you would want primary sources, but other than contemporary accounts during the war, there's not as much. They're not as useful as some of the research that's been going on. But even today, in the 2020s, there's some really excellent books on World War I aviation coming out. So that's a long answer to, yeah, we went to the library.
Okay.
Or I did.
And in the game, the list of names that you had in there, how did you generate that list of names for it?
You mean for
characters? Yeah.
Well, it's simply the names of characters in there is simply to provide examples. There's a couple points worth making here regarding the Fight in the Skies game, and that is, it was one of the very first, if not the first game to feature level advancement. In the Fight in the Skies game, if you're creating a character to be Lieutenant John Doe, for instance, who flies SOP with camels, and you create that character, there's no background or ratings like there would be in D&D. You don't have charisma and wisdom or intelligence and that sort of thing. But you do have a character, and you assign a name to him. And you take him into the board game, and you have a dogfight against German planes, and if you survive, you tally a mission. And every time you get a SOP with camel and you take up Lieutenant John Doe, as long as he can stay alive and survive, he tallies a mission. So here's where the level advancement comes from. When you fly John Doe on his first mission, chance to hit an enemy pilot, you put hits into the cockpit or the center wing where the enemy pilot is located. You get a bonus throw of 2 dice, and if you roll doubles, snake eyes on your first mission, it's a pilot hit, but only snake eyes. If you're on your second mission, you've got one under your belt. Your pilot has a mission under his belt. He's on his second mission, and he gets that same chance to hit the pilot. Then it's double ones or double twos. Well, that's level advancement. And if you're on your 3rd to 12th mission, in such instances, double ones, double twos, and double threes. And if you survive 12 missions or score 5 kills for your pilot, 5 aerial victories, you become an ace or experienced, either 12 missions or 5 kills. You go up a level, you have better capabilities. Then you're hitting on double ones through 4s on those chances. And if you become a big ace, 15 or more kills, then double ones through double sixes. So there's level advancement at the rudimentary level, but unquestionably, it is level advancement.
Cool.
Wait, and when did role playing? Because so what you're describing, of course, is a role playing aspect in a certain regard to Fight in the Skies. Because right, you play a fighter, you have level advancement. What is there a relationship between the level advancement that you created for Fight in the Skies, and then level advancement in D&D?
No, they're both level advancement, but I wouldn't say one sprung from the other. My point is simply that we were doing it in 1967, 68, 69, in a rudimentary way, but nonetheless, that's level advancement. So we're also creating characters. Now, these characters were all the same in terms of their capabilities, but we were creating fictional characters. We'd have rosters of pilots, which we keep. And in fact, I still have a roster that I keep, and everybody who plays the game creates these pilots, and they're assigned to different airplanes. And so in any given game, you're put in with other players when you're flying Falls D3 or whatever, and they bring up their Falls pilots and you match them with yours, and that becomes the German flight. And of course, on the opposing side, French, British, American, or Belgian, they're doing the same with their pilots. So you always get a mix. Generally in a dogfight, a mix of experience. We might have some aces, we might have some rookie pilots, and so on. So it adds to the I think the interest level and the variability of results.
Do they have a picture of their family that they keep with them? How many children they have? So it's when you shoot down Jacques Cousteau, they
you feel bad.
Babette and the 3 children were shot, lost, they're orphans.
They have to be orphans. Well, like any role playing, you can create as much of a backstory as you like, and why not?
Yeah. But you got to be a fighter. Got it? Sorry. Okay. Do we have other questions from the chat?
Well, not right now. Like I said, because I know we haven't. I know there's a few things like don't give up the ship we haven't gone over. There's just, I mean, Mike's story is so prolific. So
because that's a Gary Gygax connection, right? Don't give up the ship.
Actually, don't give up the ship. Started with Dave Arneson, Naval Rules. He wanted to. Dave Arneson and Gary Gygax were both very fascinated with the Age of Sail, and by the Age of Sail, I mean 1750 to 1820 was really the golden age of that, before steamships and armor and more formidable naval vessels came onto the scene. So they both had a pretty serious, deep knowledge of naval warfare in that era, which, of course, the highlight of which was the Napoleonic Wars, which went on for more than 20 years. So Dave Arneson had, as part of this Napoleonic campaign that we were playing, he had created some, he called it Rules for the Fighting Age, the Age of Fighting Sail, or something like that. And Gary Gygax heard about that, was pretty interesting, and they were corresponding, and this was again the days of the IFW and so on. So Arneson sent him the rules, and Gygax added certain things, and it kind of developed from there. And we did a lot of play testing of Don't Give Up the Ship, because we would use it as the basis for any of the naval battles that were occurring as part of Dave Arneson's Napoleonic campaign. So played it a lot, and kind of polished it up, and then that became one of the early publications that Gary suggested for Gygan games. And then when TSR came onto the scene, that was one of TSR's early booklets. And keep in mind, TSR stood for Tactical Studies Rules, and they were a producer initially, just starting out, of rule booklets for miniature warfare, and that certainly fit in that.
Now, I know that, because I definitely want to talk about the forwards, because you had said, the forwards to the 3 AD&D books, you'd said that you put a lot of effort into it because you knew people would be reading it. Now, I don't know for a while. Now, I don't know if you expected people to be reading it in 2020, but you wanted it to hold up. So I would like to go through the 5 guidelines, a few simple guidelines to make the game experience fun for everyone. So this is to telling players.
This is in the Player's Handbook.
Player's Handbook, page 2, June 2nd, 1978.
Where were you in June 2nd, 1978? Tell us now, Mike.
I was writing forward.
Well done. Well done. You can't trip him up.
He's done. Yeah. So here are the 5 guys. So let's see if Mike is correct.
Well, he was correct. Now
have these held up.
If it's held up.
It will. If he's correct. Have they held up? Number 1. Be an organized player. Have the necessary information on your character readily at hand and available to the dungeon master. James, do you agree?
No, it is, but no one does it.
I'm just reading these to get James angry.
Yeah, because no one does it.
Out of curiosity, for these 5, so where did you come up with these 5? Because were you playing D&D when you were at TSR?
Yes, yeah. From time to time, we're doing a lot of different things. Play testing quite a bit sometimes in the afternoon on the clock, sometimes in the evening as well. So yeah, we were play testing lots of different things, and especially as the staff grew and the number of games under consideration or modules or so on. Yeah, there was a lot of play testing going on. That point number 1, be organized. I think one of the worst sins in role-playing is when there's a lot of time wasted. Either the dungeon master's not organized, or the players go off on some tangent, or they start squabbling or whatever. So part of the DM's job is keep everybody on task, and of course players have responsibility too, and that was the point that I was making. If you're organized, and he said, what's your armor class? You can say, well, this is my armor class, and you can give them the answer right away if you're organized and you've got your act together and so on. So I think, yeah, that's part of it.
And if at any point in time there's a specific TSR employee that you had in mind for any of these, feel free to let us know.
Right.
But
It's like any HR policy. There's someone's name behind it, right?
They know who they are.
They know who they are.
Okay. Number 2, cooperate with the Dungeon Master and respect his decisions. If you disagree, present your viewpoint with deference to his position as game moderator. Be prepared to accept his decision as final, and remember that not everything in the game will always go your way! Exclamation point.
Yeah, that's an important point. And when I run Don't Give Up the Ship games at GaryCon, or I'm going to run one at GenCon, that's a point I always make to the players. I'm the game master. My job as a game master is to create a scenario that's going to be fairly balanced and not slanted. I'm the neutral arbiter of the game or adventure, and I want my goal is to have everybody have a good time, and I've got to make decisions every once in a while. And if you question my decision, that's fine. You can certainly raise any point. My decision has to be final. I will certainly listen to any logical objection or point of omission that I might not have thought of. And to be honest, I'm not infallible. So occasionally a player can raise a good point. That's right. You should probably take that into account or whatever. So I think, again, it's part of the mutual respect between the players and the Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master is the boss, but hopefully he's a benevolent and beneficent boss that, will help the players and without making it overly simple or overly difficult, challenge them, puzzle them once in a while, and listen to what they have to say. And being a Dungeon Master is pretty entertaining at times. A game master, you listen to what the players are thinking, and sometimes you think, oh man, they're really on the right track. Or sometimes like, man, where are they going with this? I can't believe they're, getting so far off topic here or away from the challenge at hand or whatever happens to be. So, it's really a cooperative venture. And I think as you have gaming groups, there's a lot of gaming groups where you play with the same, 6 or 8 people every time. People aren't going to be, and they're not going to stay in that group unless they're personable, reasonable, not too goofy, that keep the task at hand in mind and that sort of thing. So, it's like any other group of people. If you don't fit in, they're not going to invite you back.
Did you have the privilege of being in a game where Gary was the DM?
Yeah, nothing that I recall specifically, but on a couple.
It was meh.
It wasn't memorable.
Yeah, well, he was behind the filing cabinet.
Yeah, we heard that he would sometimes, and I don't know if it's apocryphal and only happened once, but he would run games behind a filing cabinet so you couldn't see him.
He doesn't remember.
I don't. That certainly is not out.
Maybe you walked by and you didn't realize he was running the game. You thought it was like a staff
this guy's
meeting.
Hanging out.
It's a staff meeting.
It wasn't on my calendar. What are they doing over there?
I'm being pushed out.
That's right.
Why wasn't I invited? Okay. Number 3, cooperate with the other players and respect their right to participate. See, the players didn't read the foreword. Cooperate with other players.
They skipped right to how to annoy people.
Exactly.
Right.
Encourage new and novice players by making suggestions and allowing them to make decisions on courses of action rather than dictating their responses.
If people listen to this, there would be no YouTube channels because literally everything is there. But people argue about this for the last 45 years.
Right.
This how to run a game. Just read the 5 things that Mike gave you.
I agree. It's so life lessons. So
yeah, it could be that. Yeah, it's amazing what people will argue about, especially when they're on the same team, they're the same group, or you're challenging the Dungeon Master. Obviously, the Dungeon Master has to have a base of a strong knowledge of the rules and the processes and so on to kind of make it happen. But nobody's infallible, and as a player, you should be. Again, everybody participating in the Dungeon Master and all the players. The whole idea is to have some fun. So you should keep that in mind all the time.
And number 4, if you are unable to participate in an adventure, give the other players and the DM some concrete guidelines if your character is going to be included in the adventuring group. Be prepared to accept the consequences, good or bad, in any case. And I think we all know what Mike is talking about here.
Yes.
right? The character death. I
Character
assume you're
death.
talking about,
Could
right?
happen.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, if you can't play on a particular evening with your group, I mean, if you're going to want your character to be included, then yeah, you have to suffer whatever happens. You know, hopefully good things happen, and probably do most of the time, but bad things can happen, and you know that could create some acrimony and stuff. So yeah, you have to be willing to take the consequences, good or bad.
We had a player quit.
You know,
Huh?
yeah, if my character's on an adventure and I'm not there, and he discovers a cool treasure, assuming the other people don't take it away and not tell me, you know, that's a cool thing. But also, you know, if I'm grievously wounded or suffer some curse or something, you know, you have to go with that. So, you know, I would caution people, don't lend out your character to an adventure if you're not there without a willingness to accept the consequences.
And
but that's tough to do.
That is tough to do. Well, we had a player quit. She didn't show up, and she died.
She died.
She wasn't happy.
That
about
was it. That was it.
Well, I should have followed Rule 4, which is you need to get in advance.
Right.
What the agreement is. Number 5, get in the spirit of the game and use your persona to play with a special personality all its own. Interact with the other player character and non-player characters to give the game campaign a unique flavor and life. Above all, let yourself go and enjoy.
Shocking.
Yeah.
So
that's very important. I mean, this is an unfolding story, and you as a player are a part of it. And why don't be shy. Be part of the story and take your part in it. That's part of what makes it so cool and so much of a pleasure to participate, because A, you don't know what's going to happen. B, anything can happen. C, you may be able to affect what happens. So you know, that's part of what really drives the whole concept and what really makes it fun. To go back, I don't know if that was number 3 or whatever. When new players come, there's a tendency for the experienced players to kind of dictate, well, you should do this or you should do that. That's stupid or whatever. So you kind of have to kind of rein that in. Let the new people make decisions themselves, and the new players, you know, don't be overly critical or too demanding or dominant is part of what I would say. I have a good example is Tim Kask was running a game for beginners at GaryCon, and I was giving a tour to somebody, and we met with Tim, and my friend said, "Oh, can we play in his game?" I said, "Sure." I said, "I'm your tour guide today. We'll do whatever you like." So we went and played in Tim Kask's game. And as an aside here, I don't know if he talked about this when you interviewed him, as he said, "I've run so many adventures. I used to love to kill off players, and people would want to play in my games just to see how I'd kill them off." He said, "But now, since I've come through a cancer scare and all that," he said, I have a whole different viewpoint. I want them to have fun. And he said, "And I've run so many adventures. All I do is ask them to put down two ideas on a
index card,
and send them into me, and so on." So anyway, we're having an adventure, and we had to find 7 different things with 7 different encounters, and we had 7. I think we had 7 players. Anyway, we got to this place that was it was like a big brick silo or something. It was just a small opening to go in, and there was grain or something else. I don't know. We didn't know what was inside, and we had a thief in our group, and this thief says, "I'm not going in there. It's probably dark. I don't know I'm not going in." And I said, "Wait a minute here. Let me explain. We're all in this adventure. We all have special abilities depending on what our character class is." I said, "And you're the thief. You can climb walls. You can do things in the darkness, and you've got this stealthiness to you, and you can get in that opening. We need you to go in there because you're our guy for that task." And well, okay, he sucked it up, and he went, and he found what we needed to find in there. So as nice as possible, I tried to emphasize to him that you're the man for the task here, and this is your moment. So it all worked out.
Excellent. Sounds like our sturdy ruddy cheeks from a prior segment, the thief who flees. And then the one thing I wanted to ask you about the forward and the DMG, because the very first 2 sentences say, "Is dungeon mastering an art or a science? An interesting question." I wonder, what are your thoughts on that in 2020? So you gave your thoughts on that in 1979. What are your thoughts 40 years later?
Without question, I think it's both. And as I cite there in the following sentences, if you look at this, and this, it's definitely an art in how you run the game and you put your own spin on it, your own style as a dungeon master. But it's also science. You need to, have familiarity with the rules and the processes and the combat and the initiative and all that sort of thing, so you can keep it running smoothly. So I think it's both, and still it was, and I think still is.
And just as an interesting aside, we had Jody Lynn Nye on the show, who, I don't know if you know this, she actually typed the man. She was in college. She's married to Bill Fawcett, and she typed the manuscript for these three. So yeah, it sounds like it was a no. I didn't know if Jody Lynn was like, you're like, where's
that was her job at one point.
Yeah. So
well, I want to make sure because we're getting about 15 minutes left.
Want to keep going. I'll be happy to go over if you like.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to. Then, unfortunately, all good things come to an end, and you were part of one of the waves, unfortunately, of layoffs, right? Maybe you could talk a little bit about that, right? The layoffs came in waves.
Before I answer the question, I do want to say that this entire story of TSR and Dave Arneson and Gary Gygan is told extremely well in the new book that came out last.
John Peterson.
Yeah, John Peterson. Other than the fact that he had to cut his manuscript down from 180,000 words to 130,000 words, which I think, that was a publisher's decision, not his. Other than that, it's really a superb book and really tells the story well, and including the implosion of the company, which you're referring to now. So yeah, I was in the third or fourth wave of people let go in 1983.
And you had a story about Al Hammack, I believe, coming up to you, right? So how did you find out you've been laid off?
Well, when they, first of all, it's usually on Friday. And when they call you into human resources, that's your clue. And that's not the only time in my life that I've been let go from a job. So the first time, I guess, is the most unpleasant or unhappy. And I suppose probably 90% of the listeners or viewers here have gone through similar experiences, hopefully not too many times. But it was obvious that the company was on the downslide and that there was financial challenges and so on. And, groups of employees had been let go. And in fact, as a supervisor, sometimes you had to suggest, who off of your staff of 7, we're going to cut your staff of 7 to 5. Who are the 2 that, we should let go? And that's obviously one of the most unpleasant jobs any supervisor or boss ever has to go through. So, on the day when I was let go, I was packing up my desk and emptying my desk out and putting it in a box. And Alan Hammack, who had worked there almost as long as I had, he came after I did, but he came up to me and he said, "Mike, aren't you kind of upset or a little bit bitter about this? You were one of the first people to come to work here at Gary's invitation, and you've been here for 7+ years, and now they're putting you out on the street." I said, "Well, it's been a great run. I really loved working here. I'm sorry that I have to leave. But, Al, sometimes when one door closes, another door opens. And as much of a cliche as that is exactly what happened to me. Within some weeks later, I happened to pick up the Wall Street Journal one day. It was the one day the job ads ran. I had not picked up the Wall Street Journal for 6 months prior to that particular day. It was a Tuesday when the job ads ran. And there was an ad for commodity futures trader in Chicago. And at TSR, I had proposed doing a game on commodity futures trading because it's like the stock market, only even way more exciting and different. And as part of the prep for that, my roommate, one of my 7 roommates, Jim Quinn, and I had gone to Milwaukee on 4 Wednesday nights for a 90-minute session to learn about commodities trading and stuff. So I had a rudimentary knowledge of that. So I answered this ad in the Wall Street Journal. Turned out to be life-changing benefit for me. I got down, they sent out a questionnaire, 67 true false questions about trading. So with this 4-week mini course that I had a clue on doing that. They asked questions like, how important is money to you? Would you rather be good or lucky? Why? Who's your favorite person from history? Why? What's your favorite book or movie? Why? So got called down to an interview, and at the interview I said something like, well, did you get 100 applications in response to this journal ad? They said, we got 1,100 applications. We're going to interview 40 people, at which point I thought, man, I'm just lucky to be here.
Yeah.
And we're going to 12. And so I was one of the 12 hired, and that particular episode is chronicled in several books, including the Market Wizards or the New Market Wizards. And so I've been interviewed about that experience, similar to this podcast, about that, because that was a pretty outstanding experience where a gentleman, Richard Dennis, legendary futures trader, took on a bunch of beginners and taught us how to trade. So I always tell people I'm one of the luckiest guys around. I've had lightning strike twice. I had a ringside seat for the whole D&D phenomenon, and then I happened to be part of this group, which was nicknamed the Turtles, and that became legendary in the commodity futures business as well. So it's just I still can't believe my good fortune, being in the right place at the right time, which makes me think of at the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum in Lake Geneva at the building at 723 Williams. They've created a Mike Carr corner with featuring different things that I've done, and so I wrote a thing for them, and I titled it Mike Carr, a gamer who is in the right place at the right time. So that's why I became a pivotal figure in the history of TSR, being in the right place at the right time and knowing the right people. And I couldn't have plotted it out better.
At any point in time in between being laid off at TSR and getting hired to be the futures trader, did you think that you might have to return to being a manager at the ground round?
Well, it certainly crossed my mind. There's a lot of restaurants around, so if you're a cook or a waitress or a restaurant manager, I think you can always find a job. What I was planning to do is, prior to leaving TSR, after I was demoted, which is the story is told very, very well in the Game Wizards book. I was in the book department, and I got to write several children's books. And I'd written Robbers and Robots, was a endless quest book with multiple endings and multiple choice book, which were quite the popular rage at the time. And that book sold 250,000 copies. So my thoughts were, after being released at TSR, I could possibly write children's books of one sort or another, and maybe make a go of it. And fortunately, I saw the ad in the Wall Street Journal, and that led to getting into the world of finance, and did that for probably 10 years. So that was pretty.
And how's your oil futures now? How's that looking right now? I know you did.
Do you have any suggestions? Are you looking for some tips?
Yeah, oil or Bitcoin or NFTs. They seem very promising.
Maybe we should go public.
Right.
GROGTALK.
Well, buyer beware. If you're gonna speculate, which is what a lot of this is, especially with Bitcoin and that sort of thing, do it with money that you can afford to lose. And if you invest in futures, there are futures funds that you can, your money gets pooled with everybody else, and then a professional fund manager participates in buying soybean futures or treasury bond futures or Japanese yen or dollar index and that sort of thing. Let the pros do it. It's like a mutual fund, only futures related. So when I got out of the business, I put some of my assets with a couple of former colleagues, and they've done pretty well.
Maybe Mike can handle our GROGTALK patron funds.
Right, the massive funds that we get from patron. Yeah.
We'll talk, yeah.
Well, that, and I was going to take my Bitcoin losses and then plow that into the NFT market, which is more speculative, and then I see.
Yeah, and I don't understand the appeal of NFTs. It just doesn't seem to be. I don't know. That just seems too much out there. But Bitcoin has crashed. So if you believe in Bitcoin as the primary cryptocurrency, which I think inarguably it is the primary one, the fact that the price crashed and it's low, that's worth taking a flyer on. Buy it when it's low.
What are you, Lou Dobbs?
I did 4 times. I thought it was low.
It's the Lou Dobbs show. It's turned into the Lou Dobbs show.
No, I mean, this man is, again, we're very fortunate when we interview these folks, because they've not only had a successful career and they have a legacy, but they've done great things. So I wasn't looking for I was looking for advice, but of course.
Do you need money?
we
Well,
always need
hurting?
money.
I got a
I'd make
20.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
I would make the point, and I have made the point before, that if you're a gamer, you've got, I think, a leg up on the average person, because as a gamer, you're constantly being challenged with uncertain situations, unknown resources,
Right.
potential allies or adversaries. And as a gamer, in whatever that situation is, you've got to assess that. You've got to decide upon a course of action, and you've got to hopefully cooperate when you can find those who can ally with you and help you, or people in positions of power who can help you or have resources to help you, and so on. And those sorts of thinking on your feet, ways of looking at game situations can be very, I think, helpful in real life. And the story I always like to tell, which is pretty simple and everybody understands, is if we're on our way to downtown Milwaukee, my wife and I, and we've got a concert at 8:00, and we get down there at 7:20, instead of going in the ramp and paying $10, let's play the parking game. Let's spend 5 or 10 minutes cruising around the streets to see if we can get a meter for $2 instead of paying the ramp for 10. So, do we have time to play the parking game? Well, as a gamer, that's how you kind of look at it. And so there's so many, when you take a new job, you have to learn about your boss and your coworkers and the ones you can rely on and the ones who are, not worth spending a lot of time with, because they can't help you. And what resources do you have, and that sort of thing. So all these things that are coming out of the gaming world can definitely help you in real life. And you're trying to find a mate. Who are you going to, date or marry, and how are you going to get their attention and that sort of thing. And is this person going to be a good life partner? I mean, that's kind of on the grand scale. I don't want to oversell this, but nonetheless, I think anybody that's a gamer can kind of see the point that I'm making, that what you learn in the gaming world and how you approach that can certainly help you in your real life.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm surprised there hasn't been a business book about being a dungeon master, because being a dungeon master ties directly into management. The handling of a group dynamic, getting people who have to work well together, dealing with problem players, all that is so...
Authority issues.
Huh?
Authority.
Authority issues, the whole preface.
Yeah, and when you lose a job, you're out of work, bingo. Now, okay, bingo, after the shock wears off, what are you going to do? You're going to try to stay in your field, go in a different field, take a temporary job, something, what are your opportunities geographically? Where are you? How much money do you have in the bank? Do you have kids to feed, et cetera, et cetera? You got to assess that. And I think being a gamer can only be helpful in such situations, because you can, I think, maybe a little more reasonably assess your current situation and your prospects and your potential resources and your allies or connections, and et cetera, et cetera. So,
well, that's the new book Mike has to write. Reaction Roll: How to Deal with Life's Events.
Yeah, Reaction Roll.
Reaction Roll. The business book. I mean, the business book is 3 pages of real useful information, and then 150 pages of anecdote, which you have. You have tons of stories. So 3 pages of being. You take your preface that you wrote 44 years ago. That's the things you sell, change it to business, and then 150 pages of anecdotes. You're welcome, Mike.
Next thing you know, you're a business guru.
Then you're going to speak. You're doing speaking engagements. They're paying you a lot more than they're paying you for GaryCon or DaveCon. You got thousands of people. You get merch. We'll talk about this. The Kickstarter, we've got.
So now you're an agent too.
That's a whole nother thing.
You're an agent.
That's what we have to do. What else?
What else you got?
What else you got for him?
I've got a report. Oh, yes, I'd be very unhappy if I didn't ask this question, though you may not remember. Speaking of anecdotes, is there any part of the Holy Trinity that you remember when you were editing, you remember going back to Gary and saying, Gary, this doesn't make sense. You got to clarify this.
Nothing major. Maybe on some of the combat tables, it just needed to be explained a little better. And that's the job of the editor, is to get an explanation. So sometimes we'd have to add a sentence or two to further explain a concept or a procedure. And then once in a while, with a particular magical spell, we'd need a little clarification about the effect of it, or the material components needed, or the effectiveness, or the scope of it. How how far away can it have an effect, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think in minor cases, getting clarification like that, yes. Nothing. I don't recall anything major that was unexplained.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I had to ask.
And, you mentioned your long career. What are you doing today? I know we talked about your, you're writing as an author. You're still doing gaming. So, what's Mike Carr doing today to keep himself interested and things that he's promoting right now, besides the Kickstarter, which you mentioned as well?
Yeah, I have after I left TSR and very fortuitously got into the finance business. That ran its course in the mid-90s. Then I decided I was going to do freelance writing. And fortunately, I'd done well in the commodity business. And my wife said, that doesn't pay very much, does it, freelance? I said, no, it doesn't, but I'm not too proud to, write advertorials and that sort of thing, which I did for a little while. I said, the whole idea when in freelance writing is you use one assignment and product as a stepping stone to the next, and you show it at the next higher level, and eventually maybe you're writing for Esquire or something like that. But as part of the freelance writing, I did some interviews. I was asked by a magazine, would you like to interview some CEOs of companies about themselves and their company? And I said, oh yeah, sit down one-on-one with CEOs and captains of industry, you bet. So one of those was with Robert Kern. He's the founder of Generac Power Systems, which is in Southeast Wisconsin.
Okay.
And we really hit it off. They do standby generators, and it's a huge company.
Yeah, can you get me a discount on those? Because we need them here in Florida. We would love to get. I mean, can you get a 2-for-1?
Everybody needs.
Yeah.
I don't have any contacts there anymore. But anyway, we really hit it off in the interview, and they said, we have a big writing project coming up, a corporate document. Would you be available? I said, yeah, I'm freelance. Yeah, absolutely. Then they offered, after I did that, they were really pleased with it. They offered me a full-time job. I ended up working there 7 years as manager of marketing communications. And so this came about through a very modest avenue. Would you like to do an interview with CEOs? And bingo, it led to a full-time job at a very nice salary for 7 years. I actually earned a real pension, believe it or not. And then when that ran its course, I decided I was going to do other freelance stuff, writing, which I did. And I'm a very avid snowmobiler, which started in 1969. And to this day, I'm still a very avid snowmobiler. Done a lot of writing for snowmobile magazines and that sort of thing. And most recently, now I'm in essence retired and enjoying my golden years, hopefully many more to come, and doing freelance writing. And one of the current projects is a children's book that I wrote back in 2001 and 2002, copyrighted it. I couldn't find a publisher at the time. So the bad news is I've sat on this book for 20 years, but the good news is in those 20 years now there's Kickstarter. So the fact that I couldn't find a publisher back in the day is going to, the dynamic is going to change, because now through Kickstarter I'll be able to not only raise funds for this project, which is important, but even more important, I think, is the avenues of promotion that are possible. I'm not a guy on social media, but I know a lot of people in the snowmobile and recreation industry, and also through the gaming industry, and several people said, oh, we'll be happy to help promote that when the time comes. So it's a rhyming children's book, and I'm working on nailing down permission for the number of photographs that I'm using and that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, just let us know the link to your Kickstarter. We'll be happy to put that on our Twitter and YouTube and everything else. We'd always love to support that. I mean, I guess children's books in 2001, September 11th, that would be hard. Maybe they weren't so interested in. Well, it wasn't a children's book about September 11th, right? No.
It's a rhyming children's book. It's called Girls and Boys Love Big Toys. It's all about things that get kids and adults excited, like hot air balloons, monster trucks, snowmobiles, ATVs, power boats, speedboats, sailboats, glider planes, stunt biplanes, motorcycles, cruiser bikes, on and on. Did you get my sample that I sent?
I have not received it yet. No, because you mailed it, right? You're doing right?
Yeah,
hard copy. Yeah, no, I've not received it yet.
Yeah, I mailed it. In fact, I make sure it got in the mail before the 4th of July holiday, so it would get to you this week. But anyway, hopefully you enjoy it.
Well, we'll look at it and put on next. We'll do a book review next time.
Indeed.
Well, by all means, when the time for the Kickstarter comes, I would certainly appreciate, even if you talk about it for 5 minutes on your podcast, that could only help at the time. So when the time comes, which I think is sometime in the fall, I'm going to do the Kickstarter and then hopefully publish publish it in the maybe in the spring or whatever.
Yeah.
So I have high. I think you'll like it. I'm very proud of it. The rhymes are really solid. There's 40 different rhymes in there. It's a 48-page book, and I think it's got possibilities. And let me give you the opening is the opening intro is girls and boys love great big toys. That's just a fact, you know. We love those things with great big wings and cars that don't go slow. Trucks that roar and planes that soar. We just can't get enough. We dream the day when we will play with all that kind of stuff. But little guys, despite their size, can sometimes get a ride to get a feel up close for real and know that thrill inside. So that's the intro.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
I feel like writing a
then-
song about it. I mean, that's like he's like a rapper.
You could do a song.
It's like a rap. He's like a rap star. I mean, that's some good bars there. That's pretty good, Mike.
So all the rhymes in the book. And so there's 2 pages on monster trucks, facing pages with 2 rhymes, with a rhyme on each page. Cruiser bikes, there's 2 pictures on facing pages with rhymes. Sailboats, two pictures, 2 rhymes. Snowmobiles, 2 pictures, 2 rhymes, et cetera, et cetera. And they're all in the same cadence, and the stanzas are all the same. So with the rhymes in the same place. So I think you'll like it. So when the time comes, I appreciate your help. I've got high hopes for it. I really think.
Oh, yeah. Well, you should have high hopes. I mean, everything you've put your mind to. I mean, again, you're a teenager. You write a game that's been around for 50 years. You have no knowledge of. I mean, you do knew gaming, but you didn't know fantasy. And you've written one of the most famous modules. Your name is forwarded there. I mean, that's pretty. You have a lot of the luck of kismet there. So that's. I think says a lot about that. So that's great.
I've been in the right place at the right time, and I think. I guess it's been proven I've got the skill set to do that sort of thing. So I think this book could be a hit, and it's a shame that it didn't get accepted by a publisher earlier. But I've added to it. I'm going to put a new 2022 copyright on it most likely. I've added cruiser bikes and ice boats to the mix, and I think it could be a hit.
What about Segway? Could you do something with Segway? Okay. Something like a Segway. The Segway.
James, I think he's got it covered. He's fine. He's
rollerblades.
He's been successful to this point.
I didn't know if he was looking for. I didn't know if he was looking for other types of devices for them to move.
You would have screwed up B1. Should be a Balrog.
There should be a Balrog. Why? They just left the town. No, there should be a Balrog.
And you're also been involved. The Geneva Lake Museum. Lake Geneva Museum has this project, The Wizard of Lake Geneva, and you're involved with this as well. Is that correct?
Yes. In its heyday, TSR employed over 300 people and was really an economic force in Lake Geneva, but never really got on the radar screen of the residents or the city fathers. The company really didn't get its due in its day for what it was. And that's why TSR Company, when the Lucius Newberry which was a steamboat on Lake Geneva, sunk in the 1890s, and they discovered it and were going to raise it. TSR provided some of the seed money for that project, and that was partly public relations.
Is that the grog line?
Partly.
They want to know why he's late for his Dawn
That's
Patrol
right.
game.
They're like, "Hey, are you coming still, Mike?"
We're all waiting.
We're all waiting for you.
By making a donation for raising the Newberry, TSR finally got everybody's attention. So now, 40 plus years later, the city of Lake Geneva and people in the city of Lake Geneva and at the Geneva Lake Museum have realized that this was something quite unique. Not only did local boy Gary Gygax spearhead this whole thing and make it happen, the TSR company had quite a run from 1974 to 1994, and so there's a great story to tell there about Gary Gygax and about the TSR company and about Dungeons and Dragons. So the Geneva Lake Museum is the Geneva Lake Museum is going to have a 500 square foot exhibit featuring those 3 aspects.
Awesome.
And Paul Stormberg and I are the co-curators. We're providing the meat of the information in the exhibit for that. So it's taking shape. There's hopefully going to be a Kickstarter maybe in the fall about it. People can get on board with this, And it's going to be a big deal. And that's only one of several things going on in Lake Geneva. There's the Dungeon Hobby Shop Museum, which is up and running. Like I said, that's where I'm headed to this afternoon. There's a very ambitious proposal called the Griffin and Gargoyle out on the edge of town. I don't know if you've heard about that or not. It's a gaming tavern, and it's a very lavish, big place. I will marvel at it all the more if they can raise the money. It's going to be a several $1 million project to do that, where they have gaming tavern and medieval type food like turkey legs and mead and ale and serving wenches, and you can play games there. And there'll be a ground where they maybe have a medieval fair and stuff. So that's pretty ambitious. That's on the edge of town. And then there's the Gygax Memorial. There's a longstanding effort to which Paul Stormberg is working with Gail Gygax, Gary's widow, to have a permanent monument in hopefully Library Park at Lake Geneva to Gary Gygax and this whole phenomenon. So the interesting thing is people are already coming to Lake Geneva with not a lot to see other than they know that that's where the TSR company was. But now with all these different things taking shape and coalescing, it's going to really be a big boon to the city of Lake Geneva, because it's going to bring people in, not just during the summer, which is their high season. That's when the city flourishes and is overflowing with tourists. But this is counter seasonal. It's going to bring in role-playing enthusiasts from probably from around the world to see these things. And they're already coming with not a lot to see. And the fact that Yolanda Frattani is the current, and her husband are the current owners of the house at 330 Center Street, and you'll be able to play games there. And there's a B&B where you can stay overnight. At the Dungeon and Hobby Shop Museum, they can lodge 1 or 2 people. They have a sleeping room upstairs, etc. The Geneva Lake Museum will be one more thing to see, etc., etc. So, as Paul Stormberg pointed out to the mayor of Lake Geneva, with enough attractions here, people aren't going to be able to make a day trip. They're going to have to stay overnight because there's going to be 2 days worth of things to see here. And Lake Geneva is all about booking hotels and room nights because it's a tourist town. So he said that the mayor of Lake Geneva, she got the concept. She understood how important this was. And then down the road, in 2024, that's the 50th anniversary of the publication of D&D. And, there's civic celebration is certainly in the cards for that. And so I think it's pretty exciting. So for all of your listeners and viewers, you want to make the pilgrimage to Lake Geneva. It's going to be pretty cool, in the next couple of years when we go mass with all of these things. It's really a attraction, and rightly so. Every city in the world is looking for some local famous person or some event happened there. Northfield, Minnesota, south of the Twin Cities, there. Jesse James had an abortive bank robbery there. Well, there's Jesse James days. Delavan, 10 miles from Lake Geneva. That's they're the circus. Ringling Brothers wintered there for several seasons in the 1880s or whatever. So they've had circus days and circuit. Lake Geneva has this totally unique. There's nothing like it. There's no other city that can boast of a heritage like this with local boy Gary Gygax, becomes a legendary figure in a particular field, and this company was there, and D&D, and I mean, holy cow, they're remiss if they don't take advantage of this. And I think finally, 45 years later, they're realizing they got something special here, and that's going to bring people to town. And when you're in the tourism and promotion business, that's what it's all about.
They need Disney to buy Lake Geneva, because then they'd have rides, they'd have a theme park, they'd have Balrogs in the marketplace in the center square there.
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride will come back. That's right.
That would be. We got to get Orlando again. Plug for shameless. We need to get Orlando North or Disney World North.
And Orlando and then we have Dave Arneson World.
That's right, because he worked here at Full Sail.
In Orlando.
He stayed here for a while. That's kind of like Key West. Everything is Ernest Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway grew up here. Ernest Hemingway passed out here. You go to Key West, it's all that kind of stuff. So.
Have the two of you been to Lake Geneva?
Yes.
He has.
Oh, you have not yet. Yeah, I've been to GaryCon a couple times.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd like to do the show. We'd like to at one point. I think we'd like to do the show from Lake Geneva, which would be pretty cool, and see all these places that you're talking about.
Well, the plan is, if we can't go to both GaryCon and DaveCon, do one and maybe drive back. I know obviously DaveCon's up in Minneapolis, but there's also a couple other events there. But but now that we can stay at Mike's house, and then it's only an hour away.
He always had all the roommates. He's the one with all the roommates. So just like old times, we would lodge.
I'm right on the way.
Perfect.
Yeah. So it's a pretty exciting time. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of time has elapsed, but this game is bigger than ever. And through the efforts of people, I think the two preeminent gaming historians are John Peterson, who wrote the Game Wizards, and also Paul Stormberg, who runs you know, the auctioneer business. And they have such a deep knowledge of D&D, of Gary Gygax, of Dave Arneson, and so on, and a real, you know, love of this hobby. You know, they've really done a lot to enlighten people. I mean, the John Peterson book, for instance, you know, he had access to tons of memos, behind the scenes stuff. I mean, I was there, part of the story, and I learned stuff in his book that I was not aware of. And I was quite, before he published it, he said, Mike, would you read my manuscript, you know, before I send it to MIT Press? And I said, I'd be happy to. I'd be honored to. He said, if you see anything that's off or whatever, or incorrect, you know, please let me know. And so there was a couple minor things, but generally did a great job. You know, as I said before, you know, the fact that he had to cut out 50,000 words,
Right.
you know, means that some good stuff didn't make the cut, unfortunately. And Paul Stormberg has created a walking tour of Lake Geneva that highlights a lot of the sites there, and that's going to be available for visitors in the future. And it's very comprehensive, maybe overly so in my opinion, but it's really going to be an attraction. Lake Geneva is really going to be a mecca for gamers to come, and finally, after all these years, there's going to be a lot for them to see and do there, and that's where it happened. So I'm pretty happy. I'm only an hour away from Lake Geneva, so it's easy for me to go to GaryCon. We've also got Gamehole Con coming up. That's in November in Madison, and that's a big deal too. If somebody among the viewers or people who participate have not been to Madison for Gamehole Con, I would highly recommend that. That's at the end of October, and it's a big deal. It's a great convention for several days. They have the whole Alliant Energy Center this year for the first time, so that tells you the scope of it. And they've run a true dungeon adventure there, and all sorts of other stuff.
Oh,
so,
wow, that's awesome. I know we've gone way over, and we really appreciate, Mike, you spending this much time with us. It was really our pleasure. We got a couple of questions left. If you have just 2 more minutes.
Sure.
Yep. So when you left TSR in '83, did you keep doing anything with D&D, or is that pretty much that's when your participation with D&D ended in '83? That's
pretty much when my participation ended. I was in touch with, you know, some of the people, and I saw Gary once or twice after that. Interestingly, I was back there visiting one time would have been in the early '90s, maybe before they moved. I said, I really miss working here, and you know, what a great time, what a cool place, and I really had a great. And a couple of then current TSR employees said, Mike, don't wish that. It's not like it was. It's way different. It's really corporate, and you know, the management is always questionable, and you know, don't wish that you were here, because we're living through it, and it's not the halcyon days that you remember. So that kind of disabused me of the notion of that. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah. You also have a racing game, Vic was saying. Did you are building a new racing game? And
Yes. There was an Avalon Hill board game, came out in 1961, so early Avalon Hill board game called Le Mans, and it's a great fun game. I was great back in the day, but it's pretty simplistic, and I've always kind of been fascinated by the Le Mans race, or if you wish, the French, Les 24 Heures du Mans. And I've been to France numerous times to attend the real race at Le Mans, which is awesome in itself. But in 1976, for the first time, I had just months after I came on board at TSR, because my first day at TSR was March 15th of 1976. That June, and I had to negotiate this when I took the job. I said, I've got a trip to France planned in June, and Gary said, yeah, that's okay, fine, we'll work around it. Anyway, in France, in the town of Tours, which is about 30 miles from Le Mans, we were at a hobby shop, and I saw these model race cars, made in Germany or France, and I thought, oh, we could create a giant blow-up version of Le Mans if I buy these cars. And I was traveling with my friend Jim Barber. We didn't have a lot of money. We were backpacking and had a rail pass, and it was probably $80 or more, you know, in French francs, of course, to buy this, you know, set of cars. And I thought, if you don't buy this today, you're never going to see these again. And that turned out to be true. I've never seen anything like it. But I bought probably 14 of these cars, and we brought them back to Lake Geneva. And then for the GenCon 9, which was 1976, created Giant Le Mans. We had a 4-hour race, and I took the basic game system and expanded it, added a lot of chrome to it and mechanical troubles and all these things that are not in the original game. And it was a hit, and we ran it a number of times. In fact, the highlight was in 1982. People would say, "Oh, this is great running at 4, 6, or 8 hours," but have you ever thought 24 hours like the real race? And wouldn't that be cool? So in 1982, in the basement of the Dungeon Hobby Shop, on the main intersection downtown, we ran a 24-hour version. Started at noon on Saturday. We had 49 or 50 players. We had 20 race teams of 2 or 3 drivers each. We started at noon, went around the clock to kind of simulate the real race, and it was just tremendously fun. It was one of the greatest gaming experiences of my entire life, and it was a success.
Wow.
We did it again 10 years, 92. So we're bringing it out, and I'm going to run it at GameholeCon with a couple of friends. We're going to do a demo. We ran it at GenCon a number of years, and we had a nice cadre of players built up, but then we didn't run it for 5 or more years, and we lost that core of players, and we've been ever since been trying to build it up. People say, "Oh, geez, I don't want to play a game that's going to take 6 or 8 hours." Well, when you play 8 hours, you have a team driver, teammate. So you're all there. You're both there at the start, and then the one guy takes over, and the other player, you can go off and have lunch or do whatever you want, come back and shift. But they don't realize we're running a 4-hour demo at GameholeCon, and we have a fond hope that we can build up a cadre of players that we can offer it with team drivers and in its full glory. But it's people, they're hesitant to play it because of the time commitment, but once they play it, wow, this is really fun. When are you going to do this again? Same with Don't Give Up the Ship. Talking them into play is sometimes a little bit of they're curious about Don't Give Up the Ship because it's the other title other than Dungeons and Dragons that Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson collaborated on. And I'm fortunate to be the editor, and they graciously put my name on there too. But once they play Don't Give Up the Ship's like, wow, I had no idea this was such a cool game. When are you going to do it again? So I run it at GaryCon, and I'm going to be running one session at GenCon this year. It's already, I think, signed up full. So it's fun.
Awesome with that. Well, I don't know, Mike, if you have any dice near you. Do you have a 10-sided dice near you? Yes, he does.
They always do.
They
never
always
trust
do.
somebody who doesn't have a die 10 near them.
So if you
unless he doesn't have it, then I just.
It's in the other room.
Okay.
We can't trust him.
We can't trust him now. You were giving him his platitudes. Well, we roll a 10-sided dice, kind of randomly determine how successful the.
But do you have a book nearby? There's an alternative version.
That's
Who
right.
was it? It was
Zeb Cook.
Zeb Cook showed us this. If you don't have a die, you need a D10. You just grab a book, you open it up randomly, and whatever the last number.
Yeah, from 1 to 10.
The page number.
Yep, the last yes, because we just need a D10. So.
Out of the DMG. He's doing it out of the DMG.
Is it out of the DMG? Yeah, just open up a random page.
Yeah, just to satisfy your curiosity, I'm opening the DMG to a random page.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what's on the right-hand page.
Oh, wait. Give us the. Give us the page.
Sorry, appendix. I'm too deep.
No, give us the page. Yeah, give us the page number. We'll try to guess what's on the page, the topic. How about that?
That's right.
Jay, that'd be good.
That's good. What page number is it?
190.
190.
It's a 10.
It's a 10.
This episode is rated a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. So 190. I'm going to say it's Appendix C.
We're in the Appendix C. Yeah, we're way by 190.
Yeah, we're in the Appendix C.
All right, I'm just going to say an Appendix E.
Appendix C.
Appendix C.
Random on.
Wow, James.
Yep. You guys are good.
He's good. I'm not good.
There's just You've played a lot of games. I read the Dungeon Master's Guide, and you're forward probably more times than I needed to. So Mike, thank you for your time today. It was been an absolute pleasure. And again, while you're not on social media, he will be at GameholeCon that's in October. GaryCon. You can also see him at GenCon, which is August, right, in Indianapolis.
Yeah, early. Yep.
Yep. So, and hopefully he'll be at DaveCon early next year.
Yes.
Where we're going to convince him to run B1 with me. That's what we've just decided.
Yes, correct. I thought he agreed to it, didn't he?
I think he agreed to it.
I don't know. We'll have to rewatch it.
We'll have to rewatch it though. So
I did not rule it out.
He did not rule it out. That means acceptance, compliance, acceptance. Exactly. So for GROGTALK, I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
And we'll see you next time on GROGTALK. Take care.
GROGTALK was taped in front of a live studio audience.
We don't got no dragonborn in Hamlet. A dwarven magic use you won't see. Clerics must have deities to worship, as written in the holy DMG. We like delving dungeons and loot. Every orc is evil through and through, and we don't stay our hands and spare their children like the 5e hippies in the game stores do. And I'm proud to be a first edition grognard, living by the dice and Gare's decrees. We fear only level drain and poison, and DM smiling wide behind the screen. We don't play heroes with long backstories. We fight for our lives to get XP, and there's nothing better than tell the glory of that one time we survived to level 3. And I'm proud to be a first edition grognard, living by the dice and Gare's decrees. We fear only level drain and poison, and DM smiling wide behind the screen, and DM smiling wide behind the screen. We love first edition AD&D.